Please welcome our honored guests. Mrs. Cherie Blair, wife of the former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom and founder of the Cherie Blair Foundation for Women. Her Excellency, Mrs. Sophia Saremi Martelli, First Lady of the Republic of Haiti. Her Excellency, Mrs. Jeanette Kagame, First Lady of the Republic of Rwanda. Her Excellency, Mrs. Esther Lungu, First Lady of the Republic of Zambia.
We can envision a world where all children have access to education, where women are living healthy, vibrant lives, and where the economic life of countries is spurred by the active inclusion of women. Simple ideas are making this dream a reality. Innovation is disrupting the status quo, and partnerships are improving the lives of women and girls globally. Investments in the success of women are investments that pay off. When women everywhere have access to education, better health care, and growing opportunities, every boy and every girl will know that they have a bright future.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Mrs. Laura Bush.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning and welcome to the George W. Bush Presidential Center. A very warm welcome to our First Ladies that have joined us today. We're thrilled to host everyone here in Dallas for this important summit. The Bush Institute is eager to learn from all of you and to partner with you. My heartfelt thanks goes to my longtime friend and director of the Women's Initiative at the Bush Institute, Charity Wallace. Is Charity in here? She's probably backstage. Charity is the one who thought of all of this, conceived every bit of it, and is really, here she is, and has guided all of our women's programs that we've done from the Bush Institute since the founding of the Bush Institute. She served with us in Washington, D.C., and Charity, you've done it again. Thank you very much. Thank you for your excellent work and your creative vision and for all of your efforts to improve the lives of women and girls. Thank you to our Bush Center supporters. Many of the supporters of the Bush Foundation and the Bush Center have joined us today. Your generosity allows us to advance our efforts to support women and girls around the world, and we're grateful for your support. And a special thanks to the generous sponsors of this event, David File and the File Foundation, ExxonMobil, the Bank of America, Estee Lauder, Facebook, Pfizer, Intel, Cisco, Abbott Fund, and West Rock Coffee. I'm excited to welcome Facebook and Google as our technology partners. And that's one of the really important things I think about this summit is that we all have the chance now to benefit from all the great new technology. So thank you all for sponsoring this as well. 2 years ago, I barely knew what Facebook or Instagram were, but now I'm a proud Instagrammer myself. I use Instagram to follow my family members. Are they up there? No? Too bad. My favorite post, oh, there they are. Insta photos are any photos that include our granddaughters Mila and Poppy Louise. Of course, these girls are perfect. I watched Jeb Bush on his campaign trail from afar. And I smile when I see photos of my mother-in-law, Barbara Bush, walking on the beach. And Insta photos of George H.W. Bush, President George H.W. Bush, my father-in-law, driving his boat still at age 91 at 60 miles an hour. President Bush and Barr are both happy and in good spirits. They spend the summer in Maine at their beautiful house on the Atlantic coast, and then they spend the winters in Houston. They're happy and they're healthy and they're in good spirits. George and I believe that they're showing us the way to age with grace. In Maine, Barbara Bush walks her dogs on the beach every day. And as you can see in this photo, she's walking with a walker. From both of them, George and I have learned that all we know we have is now. So take advantage of your life as it is and walk on the beach every chance you get. This is the third year that we've invited First Ladies and leaders of businesses, international NGOs, and nonprofits together. Today's Global Women's Network brings ideas and innovation and partnerships. And we'll hear from some of the beneficiaries whose lives have been changed. We'll learn from young innovators who's developed creative ways to solve the world's challenges. And we'll network with each other to discover best practice solutions and effective partnerships. This afternoon, George will talk about one of those partnerships, Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon, and how the global health program we founded with our partners has saved thousands of lives in many countries. Studies show that when you empower women, entire communities and countries thrive. We know from research that when mothers are educated, their children are more likely to be educated and successful. When women are included in the economy, countries are more prosperous. When women are healthy, their families are healthier, and they're able to contribute to their communities. The inclusion of women in all aspects of society strengthens and improves the stability of their countries. Investments in the success of women are investments that pay off. And with the Women's Initiative Fellowship, the Afghan Women's Project, the First Ladies Initiative, and our Global Health Initiative, Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon, the Bush Institute is investing in women. Our Women's Initiative Fellowship is designed to equip female leaders in Egypt and Tunisia with the knowledge to build the strong civil societies that they need to support the democracies in their countries, and then improve all of their communities. One of our fellows, Hadir Mahir, is here today, and you'll hear from her during the Next Generation Innovators panel. Hadir, are you in the audience? Okay, great. Dalal is another one of our fellows. As part of the 2014 Tunisian Fellowship, Dalal developed an action plan with a goal of training female candidates and registering 2,000 women from her district so that they could vote in their presidential election. She surpassed her goal by training 120 female candidates and registering more than 3,500 women. Dalal, like all of our fellows, believe in the future of her country, and she knows that women will lead the democracy movement. The Bush Institute's Afghan Women's Project supports effective programs in Afghanistan. We're highlighting the success of Afghan women by telling their stories and publishing them in a book titled, We Are Afghan Women. One of those stories is that of Razia John, who's here with us today. Razia is a remarkable Afghan woman who risked her own life by running an underground school during the years of the Taliban. Razia taught her young female students to write their father's name first, rather than their own names. Her clever tactic instilled pride in these girls' fathers, who then gave them permission to continue their education and literacy training. Just last month, Razia attended the groundbreaking for the first women's college in rural Afghanistan, the Razia John Technical College. It will open in March, and it already has 18 young women enrolled in their midwifery program. In a letter Razia sent to me recently, she wrote, "We are accomplishing things that once seemed impossible. We've opened a door that at one time I couldn't even imagine. This is truly a dream come true." Thank you, Razia. Thanks to Razia and to all the Afghan women who are risking their lives for the betterment of their country of Afghanistan. The Bush Institute's First Ladies Initiative is working to engage and support First Ladies so that they might use their unique platforms to improve the lives of the people in their countries. First Lady of Ethiopia, Mrs. Roman, attended our first African First Ladies Summit in 2013 in Tanzania. At a private roundtable discussion, she asked Cherie Blair and me how to build a platform and where she should start. So I advised her to begin with what she already knew. Even before returning home to Ethiopia, Mrs. Roman worked with another Ethiopian woman to develop an initiative that promotes economic opportunity for female entrepreneurs. She launched this initiative just a few months after the summit. And in 2014, she implemented a collaborative project that connected 1,500 women and girls to their export market. And today she works from an official First Lady's office, the first of its kind in Ethiopian history. Despite the dire headlines we read every day, there is reason for hope in the Middle East and in Africa, and the accomplishments of Dalal, of Razia, of Mrs. Roman, and thousands of other women around the world remind us of that. As President George H.W. Bush and Barr have taught us, all we know we have is now. So today, as we discuss the strides women are making in education, in healthcare, in economic opportunity, in equality, and equal rights, I ask you to remember the women who risk their lives to increase opportunities for women worldwide. And I ask you to think about the women who will make even more progress in the future, the women who are gathered here today, and maybe even my two precious granddaughters, Mila and Poppy, Poppy Louise. Consider the legacy that we leave for our children. The choices we make now will shape the world for the next generation, and that's why I thank each of you for joining us today. Your partnership and your partnering with the Bush Institute and committing yourselves to the future of women around the world. Thank you all, and may God bless you.
When you are a husband, a leader, also I have to become a leader. If the government can't reach there, I have the opportunity to go there. In my background, I was a teacher. That's why I help the orphans and vulnerable children. When you give education to a girl, you give to the whole family.
We established the First Ladies Initiative at the George W. Bush Institute to inspire and encourage First Ladies to use their platform to advance education, promote good health, and increase economic opportunity, especially for the women and girls in their countries.
My first project was working with children who became orphans as a result of the war we had just come through as a country. That time changed so much in Uganda and destroyed so much. HIV and AIDS had also just come and it was terrible. And so I was working with children who would be left orphaned. It needed understanding, but it also needed creating a lot of awareness. I wanted to give something back.
The child marriages which are rife in the rural areas especially. So we visited the chiefs, and the chiefs gave their wives to come on board and help me in making sure that we achieve this goal of empowering the women, making sure there's a reduction in child marriages, if not zero. And initially I thought I wouldn't easily do it, but I found myself doing it. And the chiefs have taken it upon themselves to retrieve those girls, taking them back to school. It was a big achievement for me. It gave me the encouragement, it gave me the zeal that indeed I'm doing something towards the Zambian people.
Each First Lady has a unique platform, and the First Ladies Initiative helps First Ladies use their podium to address important issues in their countries. We train their senior advisors on topics like good governance and communication, and we introduce First Ladies to funding partners, corporations, and NGOs so that they can establish effective public-private partnerships.
What I'm doing, I would want it to be sustained. It's about change of mindset. My office is working with several organizations to educate the girl child, the cervical cancer, and the HIV-related cases, and to change the mindset of people, to create awareness about HIV and the screening of cervical cancer. I had a brother who died because of the disease, so it has affected each and every family. The main issue is to create awareness for people to know their status. We have to join hands and see how we can address the situation.
First Ladies serve as role models for women and girls in their countries. They're advocates for their country, and they're important agents of change. When we invest in women, from young girls to the First Ladies of nations, we invest in the future.
I will encourage that girl that as long as I'm in this office, I will take care of you. Persevere until that time when you shall be maybe a minister, maybe you shall be a first lady, or you shall be, chief executive somewhere. That's what I will tell that young girl. My office is not political. I'm a mother of all Malawians. I would want to thank the Bush Institute for arranging this and for the training we had, the forum we had in 2014, in investing in our future.
We are at that place in Africa where not everybody who needs support can get it. You will go to school, you finish school, you get a job, you will have a family. That's what children would aspire to do. We are the ones who must find that solution. And if there is anything I can do, and do it, and it saves even one life, that's the best thing I can do with my life.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Onaba Payab, Communications Officer and 2014 valedictorian of the American University of Afghanistan, and Mrs. Laura Bush.
Thank you so much, Onaba. Thank you for joining us today, for moderating this conversation between me and Mrs. Michelle Obama. I think Michelle Obama's already been watching us. Here she is. Hey, Michelle. Good to see you.
Great to see you, Laura. Hi, everyone.
This is the
First, let me apologize that I couldn't be there with you guys in person.
Well, we're glad
I'm excited to be a part of the conversation, so thanks so much.
Well, this really works out perfectly because this summit is about how to use new technology and innovation for First Ladies and their staffs. And so it's perfect that we can use this new technology now to video conference in. Our moderator, Onaba, is here with me. She's the valedictorian of her class at the American University in Afghanistan. And this is really good news. She's a new Fulbright scholar. So that's terrific. So Onaba, thank you.
Thank you so much for the honor of moderating the conversation with you and Mrs. Obama. I'm so excited to have this opportunity to discuss innovation and technology, in particular in the context of global girls' education, an issue I know you both have spent a great deal of time championing. My first question is for Mrs. Obama. Mrs. Obama, as a First Lady of the United States, you have focused on encouraging young people of the United States to complete their education past high school. And you have also focused on expanding access to education for girls abroad. Why is this so important to you?
Well, Onaba, thank you, first of all, for moderating the panel. Congratulations on everything that you're doing. I wish I could be there in person to congratulate you, but we've got a visitor coming. You may have heard of the Pope. So I wanted to make sure that I was here. But for me, to answer your question, the issue of adolescent girls' education is really personal. Growing up, most of you probably know my family didn't have much money, and neither of my parents were able to get a college degree. And there were plenty of people in my life who made me feel like a girl with a background like mine just wasn't equipped to go to college. And as I've traveled across America and around the world as First Lady, I've met so many amazing, brilliant young people facing some of these same challenges, and in many cases, far, far worse challenges than anything I ever encountered. And that's particularly true for girls in developing countries. In fact, 62 million of these girls aren't in school at all. And like many of you, I really see myself in these girls. I see my daughters in these girls. So it's really hard to walk away from them. As you know, they're bright. These girls are hungry to learn. And I know that if they can get an education just like I did, they can absolutely rise above their circumstances and fulfill their potential. That was my story, and that's why I'm focusing on this issue as First Lady, and I'll continue to champion this cause long after I'm finished here in the White House.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Obama. Mrs. Laura Bush, after September 11, you became a strong advocate for women and girls in Afghanistan. You were the first First Lady who tapped the presidential radio address on November 2001 to discuss the brutality and barbarism against women and girls by Taliban. And you encouraged Americans and the international community to support women and girls of Afghanistan. Then you made your first trip to Afghanistan in 2005, which is when you announced the establishment of the American University of Afghanistan, of which I'm a beneficiary. As you know, the university officially started in 2006 with 53 students, only one woman. Last year, I was the valedictorian, and more than 53% of the incoming class are women. What was your hope? What was your hope then for the university, especially Afghan women and girls? And a decade later, what's your hope now?
Well, I would have never guessed when I was in Afghanistan and announced the establishment of the American University in Afghanistan that I'd be sitting 10 years later with the valedictorian, a woman from that class. And I'm so thrilled. This is truly a dream come true for me to be with you, Onaba, and to see the success of you and your sisters all across Afghanistan. George and I remain very committed to Afghanistan. We believe that we have to continue to work with you and with all the people of Afghanistan to be able to build the kind of country that I know you want, and to build the institutions that you need to support a democracy. We in the United States inherited those institutions. We inherited all the rights that we have, and it seems easy to us, but it took us over 100 years even to abolish slavery. Longer than that for women to receive the right to vote in the United States. And so Americans are impatient. We want to see Afghanistan succeed. We hope that you will succeed quickly, but we do know that it takes time, and we know that from our own history. When you look around the world and you see the countries where half of the population is left out, where women are marginalized, and they're not involved either in the economy or in any part of life in society in these countries, you see countries that are failing, which is why it's so important that all of us, and that's what we're doing here today, work to make sure that girls and women are educated and they're allowed to participate in every part, every aspect of society in their countries. And you certainly are just a wonderful example of that. Thank you, Onaba.
Thank you so much, Mrs. Bush. AUF students really appreciate what you have done for them. Mrs. Obama, 62 million girls around the world are not in school. Can you talk a little bit how it affects their families and countries?
Absolutely, and let me just say to Laura, congratulations on all the great progress that you've made. It just shows how powerful the platform of First Lady can be even when you've left office. So I really want to congratulate you on the great work. The evidence is very clear when it comes to the importance of girls' education. As Laura mentioned, when we send more girls to school, that's not just good for them, it's good for their families, and it's even good for their entire countries. We know that countries where more girls are in secondary school, they have lower maternal mortality rates, lower infant mortality rates, they have lower rates of HIV/AIDS, they have better child nutrition. And when girls attend school, they earn higher salaries, and collectively, that can boost their entire country's economy. So there's a pretty dramatic ripple effect when we send girls to school. It's really one of the most impactful things that we can do for developing countries and for developed countries for that matter. And that's one of the reasons why I launched earlier this year, Let Girls Learn, which is an initiative that hopes to help these girls and their communities by empowering them through education. Education is the reason I sit before you today. And I know that we are all in agreement that we deserve to give every girl on this planet that same opportunity.
Exactly. And Mrs. Bush, we know that you have worked to encourage women's empowerment during your time as a First Lady of the United States, and you have chosen to continue to work on these issues through global women's initiatives at the Bush Institute. Why is empowering women and girls so critical to advancing women's rights? And why is it important to convene Global Women's Network Summit?
Well, I think Michelle just told us all the reasons that it's so important. We know that the good health of mothers is important to the good health of their children. We know that women being involved in an economy is great for the economy of their countries. We know that when women and men are educated, their countries are much more likely to be successful and prosperous. So all of those things we know, and what we need to do is figure out all the different ways we can help make sure that happens. And Michelle's Let Girls Learn is one great program that tries to encourage people to make sure girls are in school everywhere. Here, we've worked on some of the things I told you about already, the Women's Leadership Fellowship, where we brought women from Egypt, 2 classes of women from Egypt and 2 classes of women from Tunisia to learn leadership skills, to be paired with an American woman, a prominent American woman who's in their same profession. And then it's a year-long fellowship. They stay in the United States for a month, and then they stay in contact with their American mentor for the whole year. At the midpoint of the year, the American mentors went to Egypt or Tunisia to meet with their fellows. But the idea is based on research by an SMU professor, a woman who's a professor here, that shows that your network is as important as your education level to your success. And we in the United States, women have a chance to build broad networks with our friends and our colleagues and people, associations that we join. But not all women have that. So the idea was to bring women all from the same country in 2 classes from Egypt and 2 from Tunisia. So when they went home, they had each other. And they could introduce each other to their colleagues and thereby broaden their network. And one of our classes of Tunisian women say their network is now 17,000 women strong, which is really terrific.
Wow. Wow.
So that's one of the ways we are working to help women broaden their networks worldwide in countries. And that's certainly what we're doing here today. That's part of it, is we're giving, all of us have the chance now to network with each other. The First Ladies have the chance to meet nonprofits that are in their countries, corporations that are interested in their countries, and ways to figure out how to partner together with their networks.
Mrs. Obama, how do you hope for the First Ladies and other leaders attending this summit will draw on and employ the information, new relationships, and partnership as a result they have gained in participating in this summit?
Well, thanks for that question. Networking is key, as Laura said, and this is an excellent opportunity for a phenomenal group of global leaders to come together. Now, when I've traveled internationally, I've really tried to engage foreign leaders on the issue of adolescent girls' education. And fortunately, so many of these leaders are already doing great work on this issue, or they're interested in finding ways to get started. And as the U.S. forms new partnerships with some of those countries, one of the things we're really focusing on are what we call community-led, community-driven approaches. And that's probably my main advice that I would give to all of you there today. Starting at the community level is incredibly effective, because while the problem of girls' education globally is a global issue, so many of these solutions are really local. They're about working side by side to address the challenges that people are facing in their day-to-day lives, in their homes, their villages, their neighborhoods. Maybe that means something as simple as creating safe transportation to help girls get to school. Maybe it means building bathrooms for girls in schools. Maybe it means helping families pay school fees. Or maybe it's about working hand in hand with local leaders, with the families, and oftentimes with the girls themselves to do something really important, and that is to change attitudes. In the video that I saw, one of the first ladies talked about the change in mindset. Because if we really think about it, it's not always about resources when we're trying to solve some of these big problems like girls' education. One of the biggest barriers we face in this work is battling cultural norms and traditions that say that girls are simply unworthy of an education. So I hope that all of you will continue to work together with each other and with folks at the local level, in your communities, in your countries, to find ways to really work on mindset, face these challenges and come up with real community-driven solutions. Again, that's something that we hope to do through Let Girls Learn, working with Peace Corps volunteers who are often the main people from this country who are on the ground living for long periods of time in communities. They get to know the leaders, they get to know the cultural norms, they get to know the girls, and the best solutions often come from those relationships. So.
Thank you. Now I have two questions that I would like both of you to answer. Women are often noted to be good collaborators. Women work together for the betterment of their communities. Why do you feel it's important for the two of you to collaborate together on summits for First Ladies and other leaders? We'll start with you, Mrs. Bush.
Well, I think it's very important. I think Michelle just said it, and that is how important partnerships are. And when she and I work together, it really elevates the issue that we're talking about, more than if just either one of us were working separately. And I think it's also a great example for the world to see that women of different political parties in the United States agree on so many issues. We're in the midst of a political campaign now, as everyone knows, a presidential race coming up. And when you watch television, you think that everyone in the United States disagrees with everybody else. But in fact, we as Americans agree on so many more things than we disagree on. And when we were... When Michelle and I work together with other former First Ladies, I think it elevates the ideas that we're working on. And in this case, of course, it's on women's rights and women's education for women and girls. And it does help do what Michelle just said, which is change attitudes. And that is really the basic thing that we need to change. We need to make sure people respect women and girls enough to know that they need to be educated just like boys do. So I think that's important. George and I were in Washington a couple of years ago, and we were meeting with the then health minister of Ethiopia, Tedros. Some of you know him. We were talking to him about Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon. We were getting ready to launch it in Ethiopia. And Tedros is now the foreign minister of Ethiopia. But at the time, we were in Washington because all the former presidents were coming to Washington to honor George's dad for his Points of Light Foundation, President Bush for his Points of Light Foundation. And so I just happened to say to Tedros, we're here because all the former presidents are coming, and President Obama sent a video to honor President George H.W. Bush. And he said, you just don't know what that means. He said, you don't know what that means to the rest of the world to see all the former presidents together. And it really does. It really is a wonderful example, I think, for the rest of the world that our presidents and our first ladies work together on issues that are important to Americans, but also important to the world.
Mrs. Obama.
Absolutely. Well said. Well said. I couldn't have said it better myself. The only thing I'll add, I think I made this comment last year. Women, we're smarter. We can do this stuff like collaboration. We're really good at it. So let's keep taking the leadership role and show the world what we can do. The other thing I want to say is that as you all know, I deeply admire and respect Laura, and I think that it's important to collaborate with people that you admire and respect regardless of party. So there's that, and I would encourage all of you, through these summits, you all are making wonderful relationships, and the goal is to take that mindset back to your countries whenever there's a transition and figure out how to continue to create these bipartisan or nonpartisan partnerships, because that's what makes a democracy work, truly. It's the willingness to reach across party lines and find that commonality, which absolutely exists throughout this world. It's not just true here in the United States, but it's true across the globe. You know, we all want the best for our families, no matter where you live in the world. We want our kids to get educated. We want to make sure people have health care. We want to ensure that we live in safe communities. And we also need to make sure that our girls are getting the education they need. But all of these issues are about anything but politics. All of these issues are about helping people lift themselves and their communities out of poverty, or to help folks fulfill their highest potential. And the work that we're doing here through the summit that the First Ladies all of us are doing, it's about ensuring that women and girls can be treated as full and equal citizens, which is so critical for all of our country's economic and political success. No matter what party we belong to, we can all agree on that very important objective. And I agree with Laura that I think it's important for the two of us and others in public life to model and to encourage that kind of collaborative approach. It has made my transition to this office so much easier, having somebody like Laura and her team. And we've said this before, it's not just Laura and I, it's not just President Bush and President Obama, but it's our staffs. My chief of staff continues to talk to Laura's former chief of staff on a very regular basis. And it's that kind of sharing that prevents us from recreating the wheel, or allows us to build on the things that are already working, so that the country gains as we transition from one party to the next. That's how we do it in America, and our goal is to spread that message around the world.
You are both mother of daughters, and Mrs. Bush, you are a grandmother of 2 new little girls now. What advice do you have for them and for other women and girls on how they can empower each other? And what's your hope for how their generation and their future generation can improve the lives of girls around the globe? Can we start with you, Mrs. Obama?
Did you say me or Mrs. Obama? This is the question about the legacy we would leave for our girls. We all have girls. Did I answer?
Sure.
So you all know that I have Barbara and Jenna, our 2 daughters. I think most of you, many of you have met Barbara over the years because she's in global health. I'll make just a little report on both of our girls. Barbara founded a nonprofit called Global Health Corps, based on the idea really of Teach for America. And Wendy Kopp from Teach for America, now Teach for All, was here last night. I don't know if she's here today, but Barbara got this idea of recruiting young, smart college graduates to work in the health field. And she has fellows in 4 countries in Africa and in 3 cities in the United States. They're an American young person, college graduate, paired with a young person from another country. And they work to help health organizations or ministries or nonprofits build capacity. So they do everything. They're young architects in Rwanda who are designing the ventilation system for a Partners in Health hospital so that people with TB don't expose other people there. Or they help set up the supply chain management and procurement to get drugs out to the clinics in some countries. But anyway, Barbara's doing very, very well. She's just sort of a star in the global health field now. And Jenna, as some of you may know and some of you may not, is now a contributing correspondent on NBC's Today Show. She's actually the one Michelle goes to when she knows she wants an interview without any trick questions. George says Jenna's just continuing the Bush family tradition of warm relations with the media. And Jenna is the mother of the 2 grandchildren, Mila and Poppy Louise. And, you know, I know from how successful my girls are, and they are truly successful, and I'm so proud of them. And, of course, the mother is kind of always slightly shocked when her children end up being successful. But but I know the kind of world I want them to have. And I want them to have a world where they and Mila and Poppy Louise can achieve their highest goals, the highest goals they have for themselves, where they are educated. I want them to live in a safe world, in a peaceful world. Last night, Jeanette Kagami showed me an ad that her beautiful daughter made. Is she in New York now for the UNGA? And it was Forgive for Peace. And of course, which is so meaningful from Rwanda, but meaningful for all of us now at this time in our world. And so I think all of us, when we look at our daughters and our sons, if you have sons, we want them to be successful and to live in a peaceful world. That's what we hope for all of them.
Can we have your remarks, Mrs. Obama?
Certainly. First of all, sound came in and out, so I just want to make sure, you know, I heard some of the question, but I think we're talking about motherhood, and from what I could tell from Laura's answer, talking about 2 of my favorite young women, Barbara and Jenna, that we're sort of bragging on our kids right now. But let me just say this. I feel so blessed and lucky to be the mother of, you know, what I think are 2 amazing, smart, funny, outspoken young women. And this is yet another thing that Laura and I share, that we've managed to raise 2 girls in the White House and somehow maintain our sanity. And hopefully there's 2. I'm still checking on my girls. We're not out yet. Laura has done a phenomenal job with her daughters, and I hope that my girls continue to mature as beautifully as they have been while here. And I also hope that as they grow up, as Barbara and Jenna have, that they find ways to leave their own mark on the world as well. And that actually brings me to a point that I want to make about the work that we have to do on global girls' education. What we're trying to do here is not just about lifting up girls abroad. It's about reminding young people like my daughters that they need to be hungry for their own education here at home, here in the United States. And that's why through Let Girls Learn, I'm also working to educate young people here in the U.S. about the sacrifices that girls are making worldwide. What some young girls are doing just to get to school, how they're pushing forward in the face of poverty and violence and so many other horrors. I want our young people to be inspired by these girls, and I want them to commit more deeply to their own education here at home. And I also want girls here in the United States to find ways to connect to these girls abroad. I mean, as we talk about the role that technology can play, I always tell young people, don't use your iPhone to just take a picture of what you're eating. You can actually take a picture of some interesting things that are going on in your lives and share them across the globe. Find those girls in other parts of the world, support their efforts to get an education. And I hope that that's work that we as First Ladies can help to support, find ways to connect our girls with each other from country to country. Ultimately, as I said, before, in this global age, I think we can agree that our kids need to be global citizens. They need to understand what's happening in the world beyond our borders, and introducing them to an issue that they can relate to, something like girls' education, that could be one of the best ways to start that conversation, to begin that process. So I can't help but, again, think about my girls as I think about these issues. As I watch them grow and blossom and flourish, I think about the millions of other girls that deserve that same chance. And I want my daughters to be as impactful as Barbara and Jenna are being, and I think it's up to us as mothers to help set that example and provide them with the tools and with the passion to be able to direct that energy as they get older. So I hope that this generation of young people coming up, they learn each other and they use technology in that way to build those bridges and to, really spark that movement of empowerment across the globe.
Michelle, you and President Obama have been wonderful examples as parents, for parents all over the United States. So thank you all for that, and I know your girls are doing great. So I think we've come to the end of our time. I actually have a timer right here. Thank you for joining us today, Michelle. Thank you very, very much, and say hello to the Holy Father for us when you have a chance, and when he comes to visit you today or tomorrow. And thank you very much for joining us, and we hope to see you soon. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Anaba. You were terrific.
Thank you, Mrs.
Really great.
Thank you.
I think women now have a louder voice. She will do whatever it takes just to do and reach her goal.
We had to start with small things, never to neglect the small things. We want to be able and we want to have a chance to make a difference.
It's all about self-esteem, it's all about confidence. I believe confidence is the key of success to every woman.
All my life I wanted to do something big, and I wanted to change the situation for all the citizens, men or women.
George and I believe that women will lead the freedom and democracy movement in the Middle East. And that's why we established the Women's Initiative Fellowship Program at the George W. Bush Institute. The inclusion of women in all aspects of society strengthens their communities and improves the stability of their countries. Through the program, we equip women from Egypt and Tunisia with the skills they need to be effective leaders for change in their countries.
Whenever I traveled abroad, I was very jealous to see people running in their own country, and I never had that chance. And especially that for a girl, it's not that common for people to run in the streets of Cairo. I thought that Cairo Runners is the only thing that gathered or united this nation for one purpose, which is that people were just waking up very early to do something they love, to run together. That's simple. No matter what you believe in, no matter what you look like, no matter how fit you are, you're just coming to run and do something you love with so many different people.
I was very passionate about kids. I had my work and my education, and I was I felt helpless because I couldn't merge the two together. And then I traveled to the Women Initiative Fellowship Program. We started as individuals, and we had that dream that we want to affect the youngest generation in Egypt. We started doing small dental awareness session for kids, and then we distribute like toothpaste and toothbrush. For us, these are very simple things, but for very poor kids, it means a lot.
The Women's Initiative Fellows gain knowledge through this program so that they can be advocates for social stability and make important contributions to their communities.
I'm a Tunisian woman and I want to launch my own business, and I'm just 23 years old. What I would like to do is to work on outdoor learning for children. These kids will be traveling across Tunisia on weekends, trying to learn about these places while actually seeing it and touching it. Because if a child knows about the history of its country well enough, we will have a generation of responsible citizens.
Women have to move, to voice their needs, to be there present in politics, to be present in the civil society. Through my project, I wanted women to be more present as electors and as candidates. We had trainings for them so that they can manage a campaign, how to speak, what are the issues, and we really helped them through the project to be better candidates and to win the election.
Women's Initiative Fellows build broad networks and return home to share their knowledge with other women in their countries, thereby creating a multiplier effect. As they build confidence and learn from each other and their experiences, the fellows are prepared to create significant and lasting change in their countries.
Growing up, I always feel that constraints has put me down. We are all women who have heard a lot of no's and very little of yeses.
There are challenges, the process will take time, but I think that what is important is that you know what is really important for you. As a citizen, when you know it, you will succeed.
Women now are more in leadership positions worldwide, not only in Egypt. The Women's Initiative Fellowship Program, it was a lifetime experience. They believed in each and every one of us.
The Women's Initiative program was an exceptional opportunity for me. It's actually boosted my confidence, my self-esteem.
It helped me to put my passion into words. It helped me to believe that I can start something. I always had this dream inside of me, and it's a life-changing experience.
Don't let anyone take your dream away, because if you dream of something, then you will arrive.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome moderator Marnie Levine, Chief Operating Officer of Instagram, and our distinguished panel to the stage.
All right, it's great to be here today to talk about this important topic of next generation innovation with some of the people who are working to solve our most challenging issues with women and girls, whether it's education, health, or economic opportunity. The global population is young, with the median age worldwide at 29 years, and even younger in developing countries. I know a thing or two about next generation innovation. I'm coming from Silicon Valley, and there are no shortage of examples of world-changing businesses started by 20-year-olds with an idea and access to the internet. In fact, when I was in high school, to put this in perspective, my boss, founder and CEO of Instagram, was in diapers. But whether in Silicon Valley, Uganda, or Egypt, one thing is clear. Tapping into youth and the next generation is critical to help solving our global problems. Today's panel features accomplished entrepreneurs, civil society advocates, and trailblazers in health, technology, and social innovation, and I'm so excited to introduce them to you. Hadir Maher is a rising social entrepreneur who is focused on social innovation, education, rural development, women's empowerment, and combating modern slavery. When she recognized that rural Egyptian villagers did not have easy access to school or public library, she organized the building of bookshelves to spread the culture of reading and promote self-development among the youth and children. She has experience working with NGOs in India, mainly with women survivors of sex trafficking and homeless girls. Last year, she launched a startup company to support non-formal education for teenagers in Europe, and she now works as a freelance consultant with NGOs and social enterprises trying to help fix things. Josh Nesbitt serves as CEO of Medic Mobile. He was a pre-med undergraduate student at Stanford University when he spent the summer working at St. Gabriel's Hospital in rural Malawi. He then joined forces with co-founder Isaac Holman, and Medic Mobile was born. Their free and open source platform helps community health workers and clinics coordinate antenatal care and childhood immunizations, track disease outbreaks, respond to emergencies, and manage stock for essential medicines. And finally, we have Brittany Merrill Underwood here. She is president and founder of the Akola Project, a nonprofit social business dedicated to transforming the lives of impoverished women and children in Uganda. Akola works with women with little to no education or vocational training, equipping them with the skills they need to lift their families out of extreme poverty. Jewelry making is one such example. And then with the sales from their project, they fund community development projects like building vocational centers and drilling water wells. Brittany has earned several awards for her work, including Best Person of the World by Yahoo in 2014, and was honored, I couldn't resist, by clothing manufacturer Levi's as one of the 50 women in the world who have changed the political, cultural, and spiritual shape of the future. She has served as a mentor for the Bush Institute 2014 Women's Initiative Fellow, and she joined the faculty of SMU in 2015, where she teaches a new course on social innovation and continues to devote herself to improving the lives of women and children at the Akola Project. And so with that, I'm going to dive right into questions. And I'm going to start with you, Hadir. You have focused your energy and your talents towards improving education, rural development, and women's empowerment. Tell us how you've leveraged your entrepreneurship and social enterprise skills to address rural education in your home country, and what other critical issues are facing women in your community that you're working to address.
Hi, Marnie. Thank you so much for having me here. Thank you so much, especially for Charity Wallace. When I started the project of building bookshelves in a village in Egypt, I found a lot of support from the people there, especially the underprivileged communities, because there's something that they didn't know they can have. Because in this village, there are very, very few children can actually have access to go to school. So by building these bookshelves, there was this collaboration that happened between youth calibers in this village and how they can teach children to read and write, and thus eradicating illiteracy. What I've benefited from this experience was everyone can have a role in his society, even if it's small. And this is something that I've learned deeply in the fellowship. Even if you're having like a small impact in your community, but this impact is actually needed. So after that, when I started the startup, I co-founded the startup, Non-Formal Education for Teenagers, I've benefited what the experience I had with the bookshelves and leveraged my skills, whether it's with fundraising, whether it's networking and using our networks to build relationships and partnerships for the startup. And now I'm very passionate about women empowerment in my country, especially underprivileged women. And one of the things that unfortunately we lack is bringing men on the table to talk about gender issues, because everyone just want to hide behind the gender stereotypes and the social norms. So it's hard, but I believe that we're having some progress there. And I'm very honored to taking part in that now in the Egyptian community.
That's great. You are a 2013 Bush Institute Women's Initiative Fellow. And I understand that you are not only the youngest fellow in your class, but that you had never traveled outside of Egypt before joining the fellowship. Tell us how the fellowship has helped you support women's empowerment and gender equality, and what that network has done for you.
The fellowship was an eye-opening on many levels, personally and professionally. So on a personal level, and the networks that we had, whether it's the professional networks that we had in New York and Washington and San Francisco, but also the network that we had, the women, the 19 women together, it's enormous how everyone helped the other with her field, and we stand like a support system. That was very, very important. And professionally, I gained a lot of skills in networking. Even when we hosted an event in Cairo with the fellowship to transfer our skills to other women, I actually gave the networking session for the women. So there's always a way that, I agree with what Mrs. Lorber said, because women can collaborate and they can do magic when they can collaborate together. But how to use our cards as women, and we can collaborate also with men, and being in a very, in an area where men are much looked up much than women, it's good.
Sounds like you got a lot out of the fellowship. That's really great. All right, turning to Josh. Again, CEO and co-founder of Medic Mobile. Josh, next generation innovators conceive of ideas to create solutions, and you did just that by establishing Medic Mobile. Why did you start Medic Mobile, and what has happened since?
It's really wonderful to be here. Thanks for that question, and thanks for having this conversation at the start of this conference. I think it's really unique and important. 2009, I was an undergrad at Stanford. I was pretty sure I wanted to be a doctor. And if you were to hand me a pen and ask me to draw a circle around all the people on the planet that I cared about, I couldn't imagine drawing the circle some places and not other places. So that's probably my best explanation of why I ended up doing pediatric AIDS research at a hospital in Malawi in Southern Africa. And at this hospital, there was just one doctor, and he was in charge of healthcare for about 250,000 people. And just to put that in perspective, think about the biggest football stadium you can imagine, fill it full of people, do that again with another football stadium, send everyone out 100 miles in every direction with no roads, and you're in charge of equitable access to care for all those people. It's impossible. It doesn't work. So I was there and I saw this, but there were two really amazing things that I saw as well. One was a man named Dixon Ntanga, who was walking 35 miles to and from the hospital every week. And Dixon was a community health volunteer, and he was carrying a notebook with him. It was his own notebook. And one day I asked him what he had inside, and he opened it up, and there were detailed patient records for all of the patients in his village. And he was walking them down to the nurse's office so they could understand what was happening in his community. And so that was the first thing. I realized there were these people, these community health volunteers, really dotted in every village cluster. And then I went and had dinner with Dixon. I looked down at my cell phone. I had 6 bars of coverage, way better than Palo Alto. And it was clearly an opportunity, and we were morally remiss if we didn't put 2 and 2 together. And so I was back on campus. I kid you not, I met someone named Ken Banks who was living out of a van on the edge of campus building some free software. And I put that in a backpack with 100 cell phones, sort of smiled at customs officers on my way back to Malawi. And that was the first text messaging network for community health workers that we set up. And in 6 months, we showed that they essentially doubled the number of patients they were able to treat for tuberculosis. They were saving thousands of hours of time. It was changing how that community health system was being run. And it was at that moment that we said Medic Mobile needs to turn into something, it needs to grow. And since then, it's been our job to build mobile and web applications specifically for these last mile clinics and community health workers. To give you an example, we're helping with childhood immunization programs in India and Nepal. We're helping with doorstep healthcare for child health treatments in Uganda and Mali. In Kenya, we're focused on pregnancy care. In every situation, you have decentralization. You have community health workers who are now connected to clinics. And if I chart what's happened in the last 5 years, that first program, we had 75 community health workers. Now we're supporting roughly 10,000 health workers, most of whom are women, and they're day to day, they're covering about 1 million families, and they are very much my heroes, and our job is to support them and leverage technology for them.
That's fantastic. Just out of curiosity, how do you measure success? Is it by how many people you cover? You talked about this at the beginning. How do you measure success?
So from our perspective, there's a list of things that we've known about, we've had in our pockets for at least 100 years. We know that they can save lives. And the challenge in global health, as I'm sure a lot of the leaders know, is delivery, and is figuring out how those things reach every doorstep. And so for us, we know the metrics. We know that every kid needs to get their vaccines in the first 2 years of life. And we've shown in a randomized trial that just letting people communicate and having these tools in place increases that coverage rate from 60% to 99%. And we can talk about why, but knowing that it's effective gives us the confidence to scale it and try to bring it to as many countries as possible. And that's the reason that we've grown from 1 country to 23 in the last 5 years.
So great. Okay, Brittany, I'm going to move on to you. Yeah, that deserves some applause. Brittany, tell us about your journey to find more effective and sustainable solutions to help lift women and children out of poverty, and how has the social business movement created new possibilities for innovation?
Yeah, my journey began with me being sick. I was tired, uncomfortable. It was 2004, the summer after my sophomore year of college at SMU, and I found myself sitting on the floor of a mud hut in a rural village outside of Uganda's capital city, Kampala. I was so uncomfortable, and it was really just me, dirt, a woman named Sarah, a couple bamboo mats, and I honestly didn't know what to say. So I asked her what the mats were for, and she said, children sleep on these mats. And I thought, children on these mats, on this dirt floor, 24 children in a home no bigger than my closet. I was bothered. Here I was, an SMU student who had just been given so much, and I'd never given anything, shared anything with others, standing before a woman who literally had nothing, but shared the little that she had so others could live. I gave her $20, told her I would pray for her, and thought I would never see her again. I carried her story and just that burden with me. For the next 6 months, I returned back to SMU, but I could not stop thinking about Sarah and the children that slept on her floor. And over time, that burden turned into compassion, which became just a passion by my junior year to build a new home for the children that slept on her floor. The vision quickly expanded. By the time I graduated, we had raised $1 million to build a 3-story orphanage home in the community that Sarah lived for 200 children. And next thing I knew, I had moved to Uganda, immersed myself into the culture. Was 21 years old, it's about 10 years ago, lived in a fishing village, tried to figure out how to get title to a piece of land to build a building in a country that's not my own, made so many mistakes in the process, was naive, idealistic. I loved working on this project, but really quickly I realized, and it took me a while to admit, that sort of brick by brick, this was not a great model for children in poverty. I finished the building, but really had some thinking to do. I wondered, is there a better way that we can help disadvantaged children in these communities? And so several years working in Uganda had taught me that women in these communities are actually responsible for all of the children in their area. It's their cultural role. They're the backbone of these communities. And I thought, I wonder if there's a way we can help economically empower women like Sarah so they could care for children in their home. And so in 2007, I started the Akola Project. Akola means she works in their local dialect, and our project is devoted to economically empowering women so they can meet the needs of their families and communities. It works like this. Say there's a woman, her name's Mary. She's a mom. She's a subsistence farmer. She doesn't even own title to any plot of land. She rents a plot to farm. One bad harvest, her children starve. She's in debt. We work with people, women like Mary, and we come alongside them. We build infrastructure in their communities. We build roads, water wells, training centers. We train these women and employ them to make products that actually we create, we produce, we design, we distribute, that are sold in the global marketplace. So far, our products, mainly jewelry, have been sold in over 350 stores nationwide, including a national department store. And that money, 100% of it, goes back to women like Mary and their families, so they can provide the basic needs for their families: school fees, medical care, food. And so we've been working on this project for about 10 years and had remarkable success empowering women to become agents of transformation in their families and communities. And meanwhile, back at home, working under this 100% model, where 100% of the purchases from our product are reinvested in our social mission. 100% of the donations, which we're a nonprofit, we have to raise for the development projects, are reinvested into bricks and mortar projects in our programs, because our operations are covered by our social business. So it's this unique fusion model. And we started thinking, I wonder if this could work in Dallas. So about a year ago, we expanded here, and we have been working with a handful of nonprofits here who are doing an amazing job rehabilitating women. The problem is there's a missing link, and it's employment opportunities, especially for women who have histories that make it really hard for them to get a job. So we work with those nonprofits. They send us women, and we're able to provide opportunity for them, making things like jewelry, small products that we design and sell, and support them and their families. And it's great for the nonprofit because they only walk out the door once. So that's kind of where we've been and where we're going. And something that we're thinking about now for the future is social business has become such a phenomenon, especially for our generation. People want to buy products that give back. And we thought, gosh, we've built this from the ground up. We did that in East Africa. We've done that here in Dallas. And I wonder if we can play a bigger part, employ even more women, go beyond our own brand. So something that we're looking at, which is really exciting over the next couple of years, is working with female entrepreneurs here in Dallas who are making jewelry, greeting cards, have small businesses, and say they get a huge purchase order from Neiman's. They don't have the manpower to fill it, but we have women who want to work. And so we're hoping to kind of become the middleman as a nonprofit between that female entrepreneur and marginalized women that we have trained and equipped in places like West Dallas, so we can employ more women and help other businesses become social businesses without having to do all of the work that we have to do as a nonprofit to facilitate it. So it's really exciting. And just what I'll say about innovation is, I've been talking to you right now for probably less than 10 minutes, and that was honestly all the time it took to change the entire direction of my life. And I've created and I've recreated and we're creating again, but one of the most important things I've realized throughout my journey is, honestly, the greatest innovation is the transformation of the heart. And that's something that I'm really passionate about, not just for women in poverty, but for women like myself. So thank you.
Your passion is certainly contagious. So we are going to take a few, you have this app that you all know about that hopefully you've downloaded, and you've been able to submit questions. And here on this iPad right here, I have some of the questions that have come in. So I'm going to pose these questions, but I'm really reading your questions from the audience. So Josh, how is innovation changing the landscape of the clinical side of the field of international health? And maybe you can also, I'm adding this in, maybe you can also talk about, since the pace of innovation is so great, how that's also affecting it.
Sure. Well, I honestly think the precursor innovation to what I'm about to say is a shift is a releasing of the notions that are traditional notions of who a health worker is and where they provide care. What's happening right now is we're taking a step back and we're saying, in order to accomplish these goals, to live in a world that we want to live in, where everyone has access to things that we know save lives and improve lives, who, in that world, who are the health workers, where are they providing care, and how do we support them? And so that you break out, and it's not doctors holding on to responsibilities. It's not government's afraid of citizens providing care and looking after their neighbors. So when you free yourself from those traditional notions, then you think and you can co-design. We actually put playing cards on the table with village elders, chiefs, community health workers, and nurses. And what they do is they shuffle around these cards and their actions and people in the system. And we put it on the table and we say, how is this working now? And then we wipe it off. And then they put it back on the table and they say, this is the system we want. And maybe there's a mobile phone in there that helps with certain things. But that new system leads to that child being healthy. And I really think that's our special sauce. And of course, we can leverage the decrease in the cost of Android devices and the increase in mobile data coverage. We're going to leverage that for the next couple of decades. But that freedom to rethink how systems are working for people is, I think, the biggest innovation.
That's fantastic. Okay, great. Hadir, you mentioned that it's difficult to get men to the table to collaborate with women. What can be done to overcome that cultural norm so men are more open to partnering with and collaborating with women?
I believe that the best option to overcome this challenge is to start educating boys and girls at school about gender issues. I think that can help us greatly when we come, when this boy or this girl, when they grow up and they have to acknowledge actually the woman's role in society. It would be much easier. And I believe that this education also has to reach for boys and girls in underprivileged school. I know this is hard because sometimes school won't have the curriculum for gender issues at their curriculum, but I think this is something that we have to work on, and I think this is one of the UN sustainable goals that they're actually working on. Yeah.
Great, and there was also another question here which I think is really important to address, that a lot of times what we see in the news about Egypt can be discouraging. Yeah. What are you most hopeful for?
I'm hopeful for my generation, actually. This is something that I have great belief in. I see me and I see my colleagues and my fellows, and they're all working in the development field, or whether they're working, we now have a huge number of entrepreneurs and female entrepreneurs, social entrepreneurs, and what everyone is doing, even if it's small, but I feel like it's leaving an impact. And I believe that there was this quote that I like, that people who have dreams should unite together. And that's what I like, and that's what I'm hopeful for. I know that it will take us time, but whatever it's going to take, I think we now are ready for it.
Great. Okay, Brittany, here's what the question says. It says, tell us about how it feels to be named the best person in the world by Yahoo last year. But I'm going to expand on this question and maybe say all of you, in reading your bios, are very impressive, and you all have been recognized, had different fellowships, been given different honors in recognition of the kind of work you're doing. So how does the recognition help you do your job? How does it help you advance your mission?
I think one of my greatest personal challenges is that Yahoo plug, because every time I've asked so many people not to include that in my bio. I am definitely not the best person. I'm not even a good person. I just want to make a difference. And so it's a lot of pressure to actually receive honors like that, because there's so many people in the world who are unrecognized that are doing amazing, amazing things. Women that we work with in Uganda who, are transforming these tiny rural communities. No one will ever hear about them unless, we feature them through our program, our project here. But they are like Sarah. They're going without food to feed orphan children. They're bringing in street kids into their homes, and so it's really hard for me, because I look at them and think there are sacrifices that they make that I will never have to make. There are things that they do for their children, for their families, for their communities that I will never be asked to do. And so I think my challenge for me, and my husband helps me with this every day, is just to realize that all of those honors, they help us, they get us in the door, give us opportunity to tell our story and eventually help more women. But the real women that I like to focus on are the women in our program. So thanks for asking that.
Great. Okay. So for the last part of this, I have a couple more questions that I'm going to pose to all three of the panelists, and then we'll have some closing words. So my question for all of you is, you all have talked about a lot of opportunities that are before you, but can you tell us about what your biggest, or what one of your biggest obstacles are that are in your way, and how do you plan to tackle it? And to the extent that you can talk about whether there's any kind of cooperation or relationship or a role with government or a role for policy, maybe tell us about that too. But your biggest obstacle?
I sincerely believe that my biggest obstacle dealing with women, especially underprivileged women, is convincing their men that, what we do is important, and it doesn't mean that the woman will come back and leave the house. The word empowerment doesn't mean the woman leaving her family. It's just meaning that she will find another way to help her family be all empowered. So that's what I believe in, that if a woman is empowered, the whole family is empowered. So when you put a lot of energy investing in women, so they can actually help the other family members. They can help girls go to school. They can prevent any young girls' marriage. They can help their boys respect women. And they can also find a way to help their husbands maintain the economic household thing. So this is really my biggest obstacle right now, is convincing the underprivileged communities, especially because it's ruled by men, that empowering women is important.
And do you have any special strategies for bringing men to the table? I mean, I know that, the UN, for example, has had a campaign about he for she. Are there special strategies that you have, or even just some tactics that you've used to get men to come to the table?
Actually, there was one, because so we were working with the women, and we were trying to help them do like handicrafts materials, and then one man came to me and was like, what would she benefit? And I tried to talk to him into it, and then he was like, I wish I can read and write. And I was like, really? That's easy. And we formed a program for men who cannot read and write, because if they can, that will help them get their driving license, and that will help them get other licenses and political votes. So that was good. So we had a win-win situation in that community.
That's great. Josh, obstacles.
Sure. So I remember the very first community health worker training on these mobile phones, and there was a woman, Pascalia, who stood up at the front of the room before training started, and she said, I remember it clear as day, she said, this must succeed, not just for us, but for communities like ours. So she was already thinking about across East Africa and really her neighbors and friends who were facing similar challenges day to day, what this would mean for them. So for us, what I go to bed thinking about and wake up thinking about is scaling, but as an act of solidarity. It's not about the acclaim, it's not about territory, it has nothing to do with any of that. It's an act of solidarity, and you're treating each person with respect just like the last. So for us, we see a tipping point in how community health systems are run, and for us, we think that tipping point is about 200,000 community health workers covering about 100 million people. So we've set that as a goal for 2020. The only way that we get there is by partnering with government. And so we're really on the lookout for leaders who are actively rethinking their community health systems, looking at how they can leverage tools, and that's how we're going to get there. And we're already seeing great success.
So getting in front of governments and getting them to partner with you.
Exactly.
On this. Okay. Brittany, how about you? Obstacles?
My gosh, we have so many. The obstacles of working in a developing country, the obstacles of working in West Dallas, poverty, crime, we're embedded in these areas, and all of you are familiar with the challenges that come with that. We have challenges of being, a small but growing organization, of scaling. On the product side, we're trying to get into these major national department stores. We've gotten into one, which is an amazing feat, I think, for a nonprofit, but we want to employ as many women as possible. That's our end goal. They're our bottom line. So the more we can produce, and the more opportunities there are for that, the more women we can employ. So kind of accessing that top tier for sales. And then on the nonprofit side, it's people sometimes don't realize that we need donations because we're in a fusion model, but we are a nonprofit. And 100% of all of our profits from our sales go back into expanding opportunity for more women. But we have to raise all the money for the bricks and mortar centers, for our COLA Academy programs, really robust, intentional, holistic and fundamental development programs for the women that we economically employ. And so that's been sort of a big organizational challenge. But I think the most important challenge, which is also our biggest opportunity, is helping women recognize their potential. And again, not just women in East Africa and women in West Dallas who've been severely marginalized, helping them see that they're capable of not only creating change in their families and providing, but going beyond that and really creating change in their communities. And watching that's been amazing, but also here, even teaching at SMU, helping students recognize that they can make a difference. Everyone can. And so that's probably the challenge I think about the most right there.
Well, I'm going to build on that there. And as the last question, I'm going to ask each of you also, what is one thing? You have this incredible audience here. You have really active, passionate, engaged people sitting in the audience here and other people who will be watching this. What's one thing people in the audience can do to help women and girls? From where you sit, what you've seen, how can they help?
I think it's if anyone in the audience have the tools such like media, especially media, where they can do storytelling about women's stories, that's very impactful. Something like Girl Rising yesterday. It was very, very inspiring. And I believe if we just had a white screen on a street and had the Girl Rising shown all day, oh my God, I believe it would be, it would have a lot of impact. So I believe that now, and in honor of this summit with technology and innovation, that we have to use our tools greatly in showcasing women's stories and telling them in a way which is very deep and understanding of their community, and we can spread it all over the internet. Yeah.
I agree. Somebody coming from Instagram, I think telling stories, visual stories, is a great thing to do. Encourage the use of our platform right now, right here. It's good. Okay, what's one thing people can do to help women and girls?
I have to name 3 quick things.
3.
The first thing that I wholeheartedly believe leaders can do in the very near future is to advocate for paying community health workers a living wage. Could create hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of jobs for mostly women, mostly in rural communities. That's the first. The second, we wanted to democratize action when it came to global health. The one thing people could always do was give money. We wanted to connect to the mission, and we realized 500,000 cell phones were being thrown away every day in the United States. So we created a campaign called Hope Phones, which lets anyone donate their phone for free. We then turn that into a new phone for a community health worker.
Any kind of phone?
Any kind of phone. So hopephones.org, we've had 100,000 Americans send us their old cell phones.
That's great.
And
can you say, where do people send them if they want to do that? That feels like it's a tangible action that people can take.
You go to hopephones.org.
Okay.
The recycling center is actually in Dallas, Texas, so it'll be going next door.
That's great. Okay.
And the last thing, importantly for everyone, I think we need to come to terms and be excited about a new reality where we are all health workers. And we're breaking up the notion of who provides care. We're looking after our families and our neighbors, and technology will support that. So to start thinking about what that means for you and your community, I think is the last.
Great. Gosh, I think, especially women here in Dallas, you can use your purchasing power to make a difference. And that's something that I think our generation understands so well. And look behind the label, where products are made, who makes them, how much goes back to them. That's a big question, even in the social movement. Sometimes it's 1%, sometimes in our case, it's 100, and there's a big gap there. And just really not only being informed, but choosing the kind of products that are handmade by women who so desperately need an income and a job. That's something everyone here can do, men or women. There's coffee, glasses, jewelry, it doesn't matter. But just really thinking about that is huge. And if you want to purchase any of our products, we're in boutiques nationwide, but we have a flagship store here in Dallas. We have an online store at acolaproject.org. We're sold in Stanley Korshak here down the street. And yeah, every purchase makes a huge difference. And you hear that so much that I think you just start to tune it out. And you're like, does it really make a difference? How much, again, goes back? But working in this field, it truly makes the difference between us being able to hire 50 women or 450, which is where we are now and growing. So that makes a really, really big difference.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. It's been a real honor for me to share the stage with you and to have this discussion. And thank you for being so open and sharing your stories and inspiring all of us with the kind of work that you're doing. And for all of you here today, thank you for listening and participating through the app. I hope what's come through is the power of one person, regardless of age, to change their community, to change the lives of women and girls, and to help really change the focus and trajectory of any country. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Senior Advisor for the Global Women's Initiatives at the George W. Bush Institute, Charity Wallace.
Thank you all so much, and thank you for this amazing morning. Mrs. Bush, it was such a great day to start the day with you and Mrs. Obama. You all are such amazing role models, and your leadership is so inspiring. So we just really appreciate that, and what an incredible panel that we just had to think about, as Marnie said, those, the one person and the passion that they have and how it can transform communities. And so we hope that you are inspired this morning to do more. I was thinking about when I came to Texas with President and Mrs. Bush. I had come down from the White House to work for them. I've had the true privilege of leading these efforts in the Global Women's Initiatives, and it's been one of the most rewarding experiences of my life. When I remember sitting down with President Bush in 2009 as we started the Women's Initiative, he said, and Mrs. Bush mentioned this today, Laura and I believe that women will lead the freedom and democracy movement, so get on that. And really, that conversation was the impetus for the start of the Women's Initiative Fellowship Program. And when you think about Hadir and all that she has done, I've been very blessed to be part of this, and really to think about the transformation that can happen when we're all working together, when we build networks. So, and I wanted to say I have the joy of working with an extraordinary team. I wanted to recognize them very quickly. Natalie Ganella-Platts, who's the manager of the First Ladies Initiative, Betsy Martin, who's the deputy director of the Women's Initiative, and Sarah Gazarek, who worked very hard to prepare all of the panelists for this. And then the entire events team led by Justine Sterling and Anisha Williams. I just wanted to give everyone a round of applause because it has been a lot of work for all of us. So right now, we're heading into about a 15-minute break. As we've said, this is about partnerships and networking, so please take that time to network with one another. And the salons will begin at 11:35. There's 4 different locations, and so you should have on your application as well as your name tag what salon you'll be participating in. And we will have it's another group of incredible speakers for these salons as well. So we'll hear from the moderators. We want to engage in conversation, obtain recommendations from the audience. And as Mrs. Bush said again, just networks are critical, so let's go out and network, and we'll see you at 11:35 for the panels. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Charity Wallace.
Okay. Well, welcome to the Salon. We're very pleased that you all are here. Welcome to Invest in Women, the key to economic prosperity. We know from research, as we've heard today, that when women are given the opportunity to engage in the economic life of society, countries are more stable and prosperous. We're fortunate to have Mrs. Cherie Blair as the moderator of this panel. Cherie Blair is the wife of the former Prime Minister of the UK, Tony Blair. She's a leading lawyer and is a committed campaigner for women's rights. In 2008, she established the Cherie Blair Foundation for Women to help women build small and growing businesses in developing and emerging markets so that they can contribute to their economies and have a stronger voice in their societies. We also have an incredibly distinguished panel made up of Shelley Eskew, who's the Vice President and Global Director of Corporate Affairs Group at Intel Corporation, Sydney Price, the Senior Vice President of Corporate Social Responsibility for Kate Spade & Company, Vicky Esquera, who's the Global CEO of Opportunity International, and Connie Duckworth, who's the Founder and Chief Executive Officer for Arzu. So please welcome to the stage this panel.
Well, good morning, everybody, and thank you for joining us for this, what I know is going to be fantastic panel. This morning we heard the voice of youth. We're proud to say we're the voice of experience. And I've met all my fellow panelists in this panel, and I know that we're going to have a great conversation. But before we do, let me tell you why I'm so passionate about investing in women. Well, it's obvious, isn't it? There's no better investment, because all the research shows that if you give a development dollar to a woman, 90% of that money will be reinvested in her family. And as someone who I do have a daughter, but I have 3 sons too, I'm rather sad to say that the figure for men is only 30 to 40%. Guys, you've got to do better. It was because of that investment in women really has a wider impact than anything else that I decided to set up my own foundation, working, as you heard, with women entrepreneurs in emerging economies. And why was that? Because I've been lucky enough for 10 years to have this front seat on history, but not only to meet the famous people in the world, but also as I went around the world, sometimes with, sometimes without my husband, meeting some incredible women who did such amazing things, unsung heroines, who just stood up there, who were resilient, and who made things happen in their community. And I knew that so many of them had ambition, they had talent, but they struggled to get the tools and the capital needed to actually make their enterprises fly. And I felt that's not fair, and we can do something about it. And so my foundation focuses on what we call the 3 C's. What women entrepreneurs to succeed, they need confidence. It's a big thing for women. They need capacity. They need the training and the information to put into practice in their enterprises. And they need that really elusive access to capital. And we heard in the last panel, didn't we, how technology has made such a difference in healthcare. Well, technology, of course, isn't just about healthcare. It can make a huge difference in women's economic empowerment. And in my foundation, technology is at the heart of everything we do, whether it's connecting women in rural parts of Rwanda to banking services using mobile phones, or using the internet to link a woman in Malaysia with a business employing other women to a mentor across the world in Spain. So we've been very lucky. We've been going for 6 years, and in that time we've reached over 125,000 women in 60 different countries across the world. thanks to technology. But you know, it's not enough. The World Economic Forum's Global Gender Gap report says it's going to take us 80 years before women reach economic equality with men. 80 years is too much. We've been struggling for too long to accept that figure of 80 years. We have to do something to accelerate that process. You know, and it's not just a process about corporations, it's not just a process about NGOs. Governments are such an important part of that. The World Bank just issued a report, some of you may know, about the legal obstacles to women around the world, many legal obstacles, but one of them is the obstacle. They surveyed 173 countries about obstacles to women employment, and it found at least 155 of these countries had at least one specific barrier to a woman doing business that wasn't there for a man, and it found that in 18 countries, a woman couldn't work at all without the permission of a man, usually their husband, but could be their father, or indeed in later life, their sons. You know, that's not good enough. And as a lawyer myself, I absolutely see that the law, and therefore what governments do about changing the law, is such an important part of this. So, just remember, every time you empower a woman, every time you give that woman financial security, you don't just empower an individual. You empower a family, a community, and indeed, a nation. So let's tell you a little bit about this fantastic panel, all of whom, in their different ways, have known about this message and have been pushing it for quite a number of years. Let me start with Shelley. Shelley, you are the Vice President and Global Director of Corporate Affairs at Intel. And you've won many awards in your time there. One of the things, however, isn't just the awards you've got externally, it's what you do for women in your own company. And you are well known for being part of the mentoring group and your executive women. So you support women both wherever you are and across the world. It's great to have you on the panel. Sydney Price is the Vice President and Corporate Social Responsibility at Kate Spade and Company. And she just told me, if only I'd told her yesterday when I lost my luggage, then she could have put me right. But she's got this fantastic initiative in Rwanda. It's called On Purpose. And it teaches artisans in Rwanda to become profitable suppliers to Kate Spade New York and Jack Spade. And that's so important, isn't it? Because if we just get women to produce things that are just craft works that we buy because we feel guilty about buying them, rather than teaching them to make things that we want to buy, we're not really building sustainable business. So it's absolutely fantastic, the work that you're doing to encourage these women to make things that are going to sell for lots of money in places like this. And then we have Vicky, of course, who's Vicky Escara, the CEO of Opportunity International. And Opportunity International does amazing things in an area that I feel passionate about, which is about financial literacy and helping women get their hands on that elusive access to capital. You provide business loans, savings, insurance, and 12 million people across the world. And before that, you were involved with Feeding America, which is the nation's largest domestic hunger relief organization. And before that, you were with Delta Airlines, who didn't lose my luggage yesterday. You were pleased to know.
Thank God for that.
That must have been because you were once its chief marketing officer, and you would never allow that to happen. And finally, of course, we have Connie, Connie Duckworth, the founder and CEO of Arzu, which works in Afghanistan. And we've already seen some remarkable young women from Afghanistan here this morning, haven't we? Helping Afghan women lift themselves out of poverty, again, through employment, artisan-based employment, education, and access to healthcare. Now, Connie, you also, yourself, must have had a huge struggle to become the first female sales and trading partner at Goldman Sachs. And even though we know they do wonderful work with 10,000 women, it wasn't always so easy, I know, to be a woman in Goldman Sachs. And it's, I'm sure, because of that, that's made you so passionate about helping other women, which you do now through Arzu, which you founded in 2004. So, we've heard enough from me, and so I'm going to ask some questions to the panels. First of all, Shelley, I wanted to ask you. Okay, tell us a little bit about what Intel is doing to encourage women's entrepreneurship. And what lessons are there from what Intel has done for other companies so that they can also contribute to this?
Okay, thank you, Shuri. One thing we're focusing on, because we are a technology company, is ourselves, because technology has a challenge in that we don't have enough women in our workforce and we don't have enough women in leadership. So we've made a very big commitment to improve that situation at Intel. We've set some very aggressive goals. So we're working at all levels of the organization to bring in new talent, also to progress existing talent and ensure that we have parity by 2020. So that's very exciting. We're also working with our supply.
Is that an actual target then, for parity in 2020?
Do we expect to make it? Yes, we expect to make it. We're also working, helping young women and girls find the power of technology in their lives, and we want to encourage young women and girls to not just be users of technology, but creators. So again, in the technology field, we don't have enough women who have the skills to really develop the technologies that we're all going to be using for the future. So we've been working very hard to build the interest with young girls through the maker movement, through science fairs and competitions, and through direct training of teachers in the classroom to make science and math as exciting as it can be and as impactful so that girls can find their place. We've done research on why girls aren't as interested in engineering, and it all comes down to they want to apply it to real-world problems. They want to solve challenges that face our world. They want to work in teams, and they want to collaborate. And they often don't have the confidence to think that they can make a difference in engineering. So we're trying to instill all those things in young girls. But we're also very interested in the power of technology to help young entrepreneurs, or entrepreneurs of all age. We find that in many emerging markets, women who have small businesses are not using technology that's available to them because they don't see the value of it, they can't afford it, or they don't have access to it. So we're working with many partners in emerging markets to help women get trained on the skills they need to use technology effectively that will have a direct and immediate impact on their lives. Not something 5 years down the road, but today. What does their business need today, and how can we help them close that gap through technology and training? And I think one of the biggest things we're finding that I'm sure other people who work in this area find is that confidence builder. We've seen through many of women and gone through the program that just the confidence of knowing that they can solve problems on their own, that they have the knowledge to go find information, and that they have the network of other women who are going through the program who will help them along the way. I think these are the three things that we find are so important in helping them succeed in their business.
So what about First Ladies? We have a number of First Ladies here today. You talk about young girls not even thinking that technology is for them. You talk about people who are not so young, but who've got businesses not realizing that technology can help their business go to the next stage. Is there a role you think that First Ladies can play to help to get the message out?
Absolutely. I think we've been really proud of our work we've done with First Ladies in many countries. First Ladies have a great platform, as we've heard earlier from our First Ladies on the stage, where you can raise the issues, you can raise awareness, and you can also look at the policy structure in your countries. What are the things that are holding women back? Where are the obstacles? We find that often women want to learn about technology with other women, and maybe the only place to go is an internet cafe where they don't feel safe. or they don't want to be with men learning technology, or their families don't want them. We did a study called Women in the Web, where we found that women are often left behind because their families don't want them to have access to technology. So how do we use the Office of the First Lady to really break down those barriers and show the value of technology for the woman's healthcare, education, the development of their family, their financial literacy, and just access to markets, as we heard earlier from some of the other speakers.
Well, Sydney, I know we have the First Lady of Rwanda here today as well, and I know that Rwanda is very much a focus of the work that you're doing with your On Purpose initiative, and I wondered if you could tell us a little bit about that, and what you think you've learned from that about what are the most pressing challenges that your women entrepreneurs face, and how have you been able to help them overcome those challenges?
Absolutely. So On Purpose is our trade initiative where we are teaching 150 rural women in a marginalized community to become a profitable and independent supplier to not only our brands, but the entire fashion industry. And just to reiterate, these are not our employees, rather a Rwandan and women-owned for-profit social enterprise. 98% are women. They're between the ages of 18 and 65, and 87% reported that this is their first formal job ever, and 94% are survivors of the genocide. So these amazing women produce products for us 365 days out of the year and deliver to our stores globally every 3 months. We have had so many challenges, but the most prevalent challenge, which is as ongoing, which is human capacity development. And really this transfer of knowledge from the best experts in the world going to the local talent, so there's sustainability far after when we leave. We have seen time after time that so many companies go into developing countries and they take a short-term approach, which causes more damage than good. So our solution has been, is we have fully committed to this village in Masoro, Rwanda, to be there for at least 3 years, 365 days out of the year. We have a team there that are all Rwandan that are teaching the locals how to become economically and socially independent so they can thrive 30 years from now. In Rwanda alone, there are over 500 artisanal cooperatives, and they're all using the same straw, and they're all making the same baskets. They're gorgeous, they're piece baskets, but what it does, it has completely cannibalized their entire local market. And this is not new to Rwanda. This happens in any developing country. So we believe the key to women's economic empowerment is not just giving them the tools and the teaching, but really guiding them how to participate in the global market.
Yeah. It's a really key thing, isn't it? Because after all, there's only so many piece baskets that any one family can buy, and so you have to have new products and new ideas. So what would be, you'd say, would be the lessons that you've learned that you would share with other companies who want to do something similar in countries either in Rwanda or in other parts of the world?
Absolutely. Number one priority, and the government of Rwanda has permitted this because they are so pro-business, but you've got to use a business lens to ensure sustainability. And it is absolutely possible to have social impact through a trade model, and it's a very good investment for companies as well. Our new Rwandan supplier is fully integrated into our supply chain, and we also are able to utilize the expertise within our own organization, individuals that do compliance, freight forwarding, design, all of these critical aspects. So our biggest lesson is having this hands-on approach with our dedicated employees has created incredible engagement. It's inspiring to them, but it also leads a Rwandan supplier to independence. Another huge lesson is doing good is not good enough because our customer ultimately votes. If it is not commercially viable, if it is not gorgeous, if it is not made well, if it's not fashionably relevant, it's not going to sell time and time again. We're not interested in one sale. We want to be selling all year long, and we want the person that has it, buying the product, to be so proud of what they have in their hands. Just one quick quote. I was in Rwanda a few weeks ago, and just to tell you about the lessons that we have learned, and I asked one of our artisans, Alphonsine, you know, do you really understand why we're here and why we're trying to do? And what she said is, according to what I can see, Kate Spade & Company has come to help those who couldn't help themselves. We had potential inside ourselves, but you helped to discover what we could do. The history of women in Massaro is absolutely changing. There were people who didn't have value in the community, and now they're the most valued in the entire community.
Yeah. Well, that's a great message of empowerment, isn't it? Vicky, can I move on to you? And, you know, we look from what you do with Opportunity International, because you're looking at financial solutions, helping women entrepreneurs, and that capital bit, that access to money, is such an important part of building a business, because you can have a good idea, you can be good at what you do, but if you don't have the money behind you to be able to make it happen, you're not going to be able to make it happen, are you? Right. And you use particularly microfinance, I think, as a way of making things happen.
That's right. So I too want to actually call out our good friend from the First Lady of Rwanda. We are happy to serve 8 countries across Africa and have done a lot of work. And I'll talk a little bit about what we're doing with farming, specifically with women in Africa, which is so important. But Cherie, to your point, you know, we believe that in order for women to really be successful, you have to have access to capital. And then you have to have access to creating jobs. And so Opportunity International over the last 40 years has infused $9 billion of capital across the world. We work in 28 countries. We have 20,000 employees on the ground that are working. And we have a job of 20 million jobs by 2020. So well within our reach. We're at 13 million now. And so that is how we believe we can make a difference with women who are disproportionately affected by poverty. So a little bit about some work that we're doing as far as farming is concerned, which sounds, I know, a little counterintuitive to what you think about for women, but it's so fantastic. We today are working with about 750,000 farmers across the continent of Africa. And we don't just drop money into their laps and say, off you go. What we do typically with men and women is we will use technology to determine if the property that they say they own or are renting is actually the space that they actually say it is, because oftentimes it isn't exactly as they think. And so we use geographic GPS mapping to determine that. We'll then go in with TechnoServe, which is a partner of ours, Cherie, to partner with them to determine, you know, what are the best crops, what is the best fertilizer, how do you irrigate the crops, you know, how do you really manage the land? Then we'll come right behind that with training. We do a lot of training on the ground. We do a lot of co-ops. We've got 3 very vital co-ops that are working brilliantly in Rwanda today. We'll then come in behind that with technology, because most of the work we do is in rural areas across Africa, and the technology actually allows us to do loan savings, insurance, training through cell phones and laptops. And so we make it really easy for women to do the farming and to actually keep up with the accounts, and it doesn't cost so much for Opportunity to bring those folks together into the big cities. And then finally, we offer support. So we are supporting them by not just the traditional microloan. So we offer loans that start traditionally at about $120, can really change a life, can really start a business. But for women across Africa today, we are actually offering some small to medium enterprise loans that go all the way up to about $40,000. So our intent is to offer an opportunity to begin a job and then stay with women as they progress, track them along impact, and then move them up the chain of success.
And could you do that without access to technology?
Well, you know, we could, and we haven't had such great access to technology as we do today, but we couldn't do it so easily, and we couldn't do it so efficiently. So technology does two things. It allows us to reach people that we otherwise would not reach. It will allow us to hit that 20 million jobs by 2020. So easier reach. It allows us to provide better services and products to our clients. So just because they're economically poor doesn't mean they're poor in other ways. You know, they're actually a lot richer, I would debate with some of us, than we are. My experience with them is they're spiritually and emotionally very, very rich, but it allows us to offer products and services that are really important to clients, and allows us to do it really economically.
I'm also fascinated what you said about the fact that it's not just microloans, because often when you say about loans to women, people don't think big.
Yeah.
But you are thinking big.
We are thinking big.
Can you tell me a little bit about perhaps some of the larger loans, the sort of things
My
that...
banker to my left, my right here. Sure. So I'm sure, like my friends on the panel, are very concerned about impact, as is everybody. And so if you want to invest in a woman, you clearly want to make sure that you are tracking her success. We are doing that on the ground. We have a lot of access to a lot of data. And so it gives us the opportunity to make sure that if Vicki's a client that starts with $160 and she pays it back through her trust group, which is how we begin those loans, if she pays it back 2 or 3 times, we keep moving her up the ladder. We actually measure her credit score, and it moves us up to, as I was saying, Cherie, loans of between, you know, 10 and up to $40,000, $50,000, but they have to pay it back. 98% of our loans are paid back, so a great repayment rate and a great way of tracking to see from, and I'll wrap this up, from a social impact performance, personally, how's she doing, professionally, how's she doing, financially, how's she doing, and then we also look at how's she doing socially. How's she fitting into the community? Is she seen as a leader? Because all those things are important to us.
But someone who gets a loan of $20,000, $30,000, $40,000 isn't just employing 1 or 2 people, are they?
No,
they are really making a big impact on employment opportunities.
Get me all excited, and I'm trying to be respectful of my partners up here. No, you know, those typically are women that are farmers or women that are creating schools or small to medium enterprise businesses. So they have a track record, and we know that. And the great thing that I'll close and stop talking is they're typically employing 50 to 60 other women in their community. And that is real impact. So.
And that's about development, really.
And that's about development.
Now, Connie, you, of course, are working particularly in Afghanistan, and with what you're doing there with the women weavers. Tell us a little bit about their story and how it all came about.
Thank you, Cherie, and it's an honor to be here. Working in Afghanistan has its own special challenges, as you might imagine. But I first went to Afghanistan in early 2003 as part of a delegation of the U.S. Afghan Women's Council that was founded by President Bush and led by Mrs. Laura Bush.
Absolutely. I remember it. Yeah.
What I saw there on the ground, the conditions of women, really prompted me to come back and think of what I could do to help empower these women. And looking through the business lens, I see it as jobs first. So we work making high-end, internationally recognized rugs. It's a big product and an expensive product because that's the kind that kick off cash flow, and that's what we want. In a very remote, poor region of Afghanistan called Bamiyan province. And the good side of the rug industry is that it is considered the largest legal economic driver in the country of Afghanistan, as opposed to illegal driver of economic prosperity, which is drugs. And the bad side is, after trafficking, it's one of the most exploitive industries of women and child labor in the world. So the first step that we did was to recast the supply chain and get out the middlemen who took all of the income and then push the economics down to the weavers who do the labor. And so our weavers make 150% of market rate from that move. We then had to work on quality assurance and design. But the second innovation is that we tie these well-paying jobs to what we call our social contract. And what that means is we have to get, and this addresses the men issue because it's been brought up so many times. We actually negotiate with male head of household to agree that in exchange for his wife having this job, the family has to agree to three things. One, all children, girls and boys, in government school full-time. Two, all women in the household must be released for ARZU's literacy classes, because when we start, all the women are illiterate. And three, the families must allow the women to be released to us for transport to clinics for pre- and postnatal care, babies' immunizations, and of course their delivery. So what are the 10-year outcomes? Because we've been at this now for over a decade. First of all, we employ 500 women in the middle of nowhere who support literally thousands of family members because they're the only income earner in the household. Our weavers make 68% more than the average Afghan per capita income, which includes urban areas and men. 20% of our women are putting at least one child through university because our women are 100% literate in a country with 90% rural illiteracy for women today. 55%, thank you. 55% own their own homes today, and these are all returning refugees. And my favorite statistic as a mother of 4 children is that we have not lost a single mother or baby in childbirth since 2006, when we implemented what is really a fancy transport service. But I'd like to put this in the context of one of our weavers, if I may. And so this is a brief story of Kaja, who is a 43-year-old mother of 10 who lives in Dragon Valley. Her children range in age from 6 months to 25, and she has 6 daughters. Like all other ARZU weavers, these were returning refugees who had been in refugee camps. That when the Taliban came through the province in 1996, they fled for their lives. She was 21 at that time. Yet she considers herself one of the lucky ones because, unlike so many, her husband wasn't killed by the Taliban, and so she's not herself a widow. She returned in 2004, illiterate, her daughters were illiterate, and basically scraped by weaving rugs for someone until she joined the ARZU program in 2008. So today, her earnings have bought them a 4-room house where they all live. She reads and writes and is numerate at a late elementary school level. But thanks to our fast-track classes, her daughters were able to be mainstreamed into government schools into the proper grade because they wouldn't be taken in 1st grade. So today, her oldest daughter, Kamar, is studying sociology at Bamiyan University. Her 3 daughters, who are aged 19, 18, and 14, are enrolled in ARZU's computer classes and English classes and aspire to join their sister at Bamiyan University. And her 5-year-old has just graduated from ARZU's preschool and is a star of kindergarten. The baby, we're certain, aspires to join ARZU's preschool.
Well, what about the men then? So, I mean, you know, how did her husband react to all this?
That is, I think, one of the most transformational aspects of our program. And here's the real game changer. It is the change in cultural attitude. And this is not in a generation. This is in only 10 years. So I'm going to save him for last. But As the primary wage earner, Kaja is the decision maker in her household with power, and she is respected by both her children and her husband. She is shaping a new system of belief for her daughters, who witness that it is possible for a woman not only to take care of herself, but to take care of her family as well. Now, in so many households, the girls are extremely frightened of being sold in marriage at a young age. And that is a concern that her daughters do not share. Rather, they talk about the importance of finishing school and getting a job before marriage so that they have something to offer to the marriage and something for themselves to depend on. And now to the husband. As in all cultures, money talks. So her husband, Mohammed, has also been transformed, and I want to read a quote from him. "I used to think that women should only stay at home and take care of household chores. I was very worried about our future as we continue to have girls, so I put all my energy into my sons. Now I am very proud of my daughters and my wife. Without my wife, the money she's able to earn, life would be too hard. My daughters study very hard and read and write better than our older son. My daughter Kamara is the first person in our family to attend college. Now I have great hopes for my daughters. I want them to be teachers and doctors." So, thank you. So when I started Arzu, I did not appreciate the complexity of these interlocking factors that both create and then sustain extreme poverty. Now I have a better understanding of it, and I believe that the dignity of paid work is a human right. There's one other thing that I am also 100% certain of, that each of you has a floor somewhere, and that it would look infinitely better with an Arzu rug.
Yeah.
So,
I'm going to go and buy one. I am.
So I encourage you to visit us at the marketplace, and we also to pick up a copy of a white paper that was just recently drafted by some fellows at Oxford about the Arzu model and its outcomes.
That's absolutely fantastic, but you're so right about money talking. I mean, we're asked this all the time with our women entrepreneurs, and I'm not saying that there aren't some of our women entrepreneurs who have problems with their men. Some of them do, but actually the vast majority of them find that, once his life is easier, why wouldn't you think this is a good idea? I mean, most people want the same things, don't they? Men and women, they want a better life for themselves and their children. So on that note, let's throw it open and see whether we can have some questions. I think Charity was going to, yeah. No, I can do it if we like.
Are there any questions that you all have to join this conversation? We do want to engage the audience. One of the things, as we've talked about, is the Sustainable Development Goals, which will be launched next week during the UN General Assembly. And we will be providing recommendations for policymakers and others that are working in this space. So we'd like to hear from you if you have questions for any of the panelists. And then Mrs. Blair will close by asking recommendations from each of you on the panel. So are there any questions that you all have? Yes. Vanessa.
Thank you all. It's such an impressive panel, and I kind of feel like it's a round table because we're not too many of us. It's really a fantastic effort by Charity and the team here. Couple questions. I was talking yesterday with the Kate Spade on-purpose model for Rwanda and kind of the difficulty of scaling products, delivering on time, dealing with institutional systemic issues like customs, border crossing, delivery mechanisms. So my question for you is, maybe you can talk a little bit about and you mentioned the freight forwarder, some of the structural limitations to scaling in countries like Rwanda. And for the Afghan rugs case, and similar systemic barriers to scaling. I know everybody talks about market access, and if we can get the sales, Brittany was mentioning earlier, more sales drive everything. Money talks, 100% agree. I'm in Ethiopia, and I can see, systemic limitations. Opportunity International, for example, right now can't come to Ethiopia, but we would love to see partnerships and
Soon enough.
networks, right? Wherein perhaps it's a mentorship program. Perhaps the Ethiopian model would be one for leverage. How can you partner with local organizations, for example, the Cooperative Bank of Oromia, who has a similar mindset and can scale what you do in other countries in Ethiopia. So perhaps there's a way to look at scaling by leverage and not direct delivery systems.
Okay, well, let's see. Sydney about
Yeah,
Rwanda.
it's so funny. Connie and I were talking about this last night. Distribution is as complicated as actually working in a country and making logistics, importing, exporting, all of this work. So Kate Spade & Company's goal is not to hire 5,000 people, go into 100 countries. Really, it was our intention to prove out a model, to go into an environment, in a rural environment, that we would be able to work with the local government and the national government to change importing and exporting laws so that you could make a product in a marginalized country at the same profitability, margin profitability, as you could anywhere else in the world, and set up a logistics system and really have full transparency. So really our goal is to prove out the model and to have full transparency, because we are like a speck of sand in the ocean. What we're here is really to say it is absolutely possible. You can absolutely make a lot of money, same the supplier on the ground can, but other companies need to follow us because distribution is critical. And we only have 400 stores globally, and there are thousands of fashion brands out there that should be doing the exact same thing. So that is really, yes, we will go to other countries, but the end game is that we all are in this together. So I'm sure you have a lot to say about distribution as well.
And about Afghanistan, yeah.
And I would echo exactly Sydney's comments. It is all about, oddly, distribution. If you had asked me 10 years ago, would it be possible, what would be harder, to create a fully operating system, integrated operating system in the middle of nowhere, Afghanistan, or to sell award-winning, beautifully designed rugs to people who buy rugs, buyer and seller? I would have said, oh gosh, it's the Afghan part that's hard. Well, no, it's not. It's actually the distribution piece. And so most recently, we have arranged what I'd call institutional distribution partnerships to give us the leverage to get our product out more broadly. And it's the only way. And I think to make sure that, particularly with corporations, because every corporation, I believe business is a force for good.
Yes.
We see the world through our own lens. I came from business, it's a force for good. And I think that every company that's socially responsible should be very conscious in their purchasing departments to be looking for product that is ethically made and serving a social purpose. And so again, just like you all have floors in your homes, every company I know has floors too, and they should be the ones leading the way.
I think consumers are very much aware of this now, aren't they? And particularly millennials and, and even people who aren't millennials are interested in where the goods they're using come from.
I want to also comment about distribution with regard to the question involving microfinance and us only being in the countries we're in, and how do we actually expand that model. You hit on a really important point, and one that we're moving forward at a very rapid pace to address the issue of how do we serve more people with programs. Simply said, we have operated under a model that says you must fully own and operate banks in countries that we serve. And actually, that is a very old model, and so we're moving away from, majority ownership down to minority so that we can take those dollars and move into Ethiopia. So you're right on target with our strategy.
So that's also showing a role for government in all this, isn't it? Sometimes, I think governments are behind what's actually happening on the ground, and some of the things, and I'm sure Intel finds this as well, some of the technologies have actually almost taken governments by surprise, and they have to then react to that. Would you say that was right?
Well, I think the evidence is so clear that as we can expand broadband access to rural areas and communities, the economic development follows. I mean, it's just an absolute clear connection. And I'm sitting here listening to the challenges of the products you're making, and I'm thinking, ideas can move freely, and there's no distribution problem with code. So I'm just really sitting here thinking, how do we, with this wonderful group of partners, think about industries that distribution is not the challenge, but we need the capacity and the creativity of women who can create code and the solutions for the problems of the world. So my brain is cooking over here.
Watch this space, eh? Have we got time for another question?
We do have time for one more question.
Thank you so much for your presentations. I'm going to address Intel corporations. Like about a month ago, there was an amazing partnership between Intel Corporation, the State Department, and the initiatives by First Ladies, First Lady of the United States and First Lady of Rwanda. And it was about girls' education.
Right.
And they had a camp. There were hundreds of young children from all over the United States, but also Africa. So one of the questions, maybe even for everyone, is how important it is to work with those kind of partnerships, both private but also public, but also how you can sustain them. And actually, in countries where you operate, where they can become the model of those kind of partnerships. So not like, for instance, when you are helping initiatives, but also whatever you create in those particular countries to become models on how you can promote other such initiatives all over the world. Thank you.
So it's about the role of public and private partnerships together.
Right, and that was a new program that we just did, I think about 2 months ago it was, right? And it was a big success, so we're very excited about it. But that was a great public-private partnership, and the U.S. State Department was involved, and your government, and many other partners. Everything we undertake with partners. So our program, She Will Connect, which I was speaking about earlier, which is about educating girls and women on how the internet and technology can impact them. We have 15 local partners in Nigeria, Kenya, and South Africa right now. But as we prove out the model and develop the platform and the network for the women, we have plans to expand that beyond those 3 countries. But you're absolutely right. I mean, the government has a huge role to play, and local corporations and big organizations like Intel and other players definitely have roles. But I think with that program, because it's so new, we need to really look at the impact and the results and how do you sustain it and move it forward. And so we're excited about what happened and really interested in evaluating the long-term impact.
Okay, well, I think we also have to move it forward. So let me take up Charity's challenge, because we know next week, I know some of us are going to be there next week. The Sustainable Development Goals already identify economic empowerment as a key, and they also identify technology and women's empowerment. So that's good, it's all down there in writing, but we all know that what's in writing in these goals doesn't always actually come out at the end of the day as a deliverable. So what one recommendation would each of you make to increase economic opportunity for women around the world? Shall we start this way and go that way?
Certainly. I would say that I would aspire to have Arzu's model, which really has been honed with on-the-job training and overcoming many obstacles, be adopted much more broadly because it works. And how that happens, I don't know, but I would put forth that we would be delighted to open source our protocols to help others. This is a model that could work in the south side of Chicago, and it could work, in my opinion, anywhere in the world if it can work in Afghanistan.
Yeah.
So I would aspire that the close to 100 million young people that drop out of school, of which 2/3 are young women around the world, that we as a group reduce that in half over the next period of time, that we collectively work together to make sure that our young women and young girls stay in school and get educated. That would be my wish.
Echo, echo. But we want to move to action quickly. I mentioned this last evening, but yesterday we released a toolkit for the SDGs to help countries right away look at examples from all over the world on how to implement information computer technology to help move the SDGs forward. We wrote that report with Net Hope and many other organizations, and we just released it yesterday, and we'll be talking a lot more about it. But it's really, let's move to action. I think with the MDGs, what we all found is the momentum build at the end, right? The last 5 years, everyone was really thinking about action and
people were
achievement.
panicking, right.
Right, so let's learn from that, and let's move the action part to the beginning and get going.
And for me, any vertical company can fully integrate a new supplier into their supply chain. It absolutely works. $1 invested is $2 of impact. It's a remarkable model.
Well, can I thank Sydney, Shelley, Vicky, and Connie, and say that you have absolutely proved if you want something done, ask a woman.
Thank you.
So we are definitely going to make sure that we send those messages back next week or towards the end of this week at the UN, because we've heard such inspirational stories. We've heard the transformational effect of technology and of women. And I just hope that all of you have also learned so much from today. And when you go back to all the things that you do in your own lives, that you will keep these ideas in mind and just always, each of us together, we can make that difference. We are not going to wait 80 years for the change to happen. We're going to make it happen now, or at least by 2020. Thank you. There we go.
Thank you, Mrs. Blair, for moderating this really fantastic panel. And thank you, each of you, for what you're doing all over the world. All of you on the stage are impacting and transforming women's lives, and we really appreciate it. So, and thank you for all of you for being an attentive and fantastic audience. We have lunch that's starting in about 15 minutes, so please take time to think about partnerships that may develop out of what we've talked about. We'll network a bit and then go into lunch. It's an informal networking lunch. Thank you all.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome President of the George W. Bush Presidential Center, Margaret Spellings, to the stage.
Good afternoon, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your very delicious lunch. What a terrific day we're having. I hope you feel as energized and inspired as we all do. We are thrilled to have you here at the Bush Center, as I've said, and thank you especially for those who have traveled such long distances, but I know you have found it worthwhile. It's terrific always and every day to be on the SMU campus here in the heart of Dallas, Texas, and I hope you're enjoying your time here. We have an excellent relationship with SMU, and we work together with them on so many things, including on global health. So we're thrilled to be in partnership with them. We've learned today about great innovations that are affecting the lives of women and girls globally and making a huge difference. We've heard inspiring stories from speakers on various panels, and we're very excited to hear from our next and final panel. As you heard last night, President Bush is dedicated to this work and committed to improving lives across the globe. He's always believed that every human life is precious. And as he said, the success of any nation is impossible without the full participation and the economic empowerment and health and education of women. You can see these principles exemplified throughout his time in office. As president, he asked the American people to help liberate nations, to empower women, and to free people from AIDS, to work together to expand opportunity here at home. Those same principles that defined the Bush presidency continue to motivate us here at the Bush Center. Behind all of our programs is a belief that great challenges require compassionate and courageous leadership. With that, I welcome to the stage a compassionate and courageous leader, the 43rd President of the United States, George W. Bush.
Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you. Please be seated. Margaret, thanks for the introduction. As I understand it, the purpose of this summit is to help and encourage women become leaders in their communities. And in Margaret Spellings, the Bush Center has one strong leader. I know what I'm talking about. I've been surrounded by strong women all my life. My mother. I married a strong woman in Laura, the nation's greatest first lady. Yeah. Please don't tell Mrs. Obama or my mother. We're raising two strong women, Barbara and Jenna, and we're really proud of their accomplishments. And now, we're grandparents of two strong women to be. I also want to thank the First Lady of the United States who joined us today via video conference. I want to thank the First Lady of Rwanda, Jeanette Kagame, of Zambia, Esther Lungo, and Sophia Martelli of Haiti. I want to thank you all very much for coming. And of course, we're thrilled to welcome back to Dallas the birthday girl to be. Of course, we're all going to have birthdays, but hers happens to be tomorrow, Cherie Blair. This is the third year we've held this summit for women's issues. I want to thank the organizers. I mean, after all, we went to Tanzania, and then we were in Washington, and now I got a really short commute. I want to thank all the people who've traveled so far from coming, our sponsors, our partners, and distinguished guests. Last night at dinner, I was so pleased to see the number of young leaders who are here and people from all around the globe. I hope that you have found this to be a worthwhile venture. Those of us at the Bush Center certainly think it is. You know, in the post-presidency, you've got some choices to make. When you're president, things come to your desk that you didn't anticipate. You deal with the circumstances at the time when you're out of the presidency, you've got to create your own agenda. And I thought long and hard about what I was going to do. Of course, I've written 2 books, startled some people. Even more startling is I'm a painter. But that wasn't enough, and so Laura and I wanted to do some things that mattered and that were dear to our hearts. And one of those areas is the health of women and girls around the world, especially on the continent of Africa. Laura is very much engaged in these programs, as am I. And we've taken some important steps in the past and today to help women and girls across the world. Some Americans, by the way, have asked, don't we have enough problems of our own? What the heck are you doing dealing in other parts of the world? And my answer to them when I was president and now is twofold. One, I believe to whom much is given, much is required, and those of us fortunate enough to live in the United States are blessed. And we have a moral obligation to help when the situation is dire. And secondly, helping people elsewhere serves our national interests. It's in our interest to help women and girls deal with disease. I mean, after all, from an economic perspective, we want our friends to be viable trading partners. And it's hard to have a viable economy when women are sick. We need to worry about our national security. And there's nothing more debilitating for a society have those who are fortunate turn their back on less fortunate, making the youth in particular susceptible to recruitment by thugs. And so my summary is, it's in our interest. And at the Bush Center, we're living out that interest. And the question is, how can we help effectively? You can hold meetings, and they're interesting. The dinners can be okay. Actually, it's pretty good last night. We believe in starting with the basic truth, and this. The basic unit of society is family. And the people who care most about families, nurture families, are women. So if the basic unit of society for a healthy society is the family, we got to focus on women. And 12 years ago, African women were dying from HIV/AIDS at catastrophic rates. There was a pandemic taking place on the continent of Africa, and most of the victims were women of reproductive age. Their deaths inflicted multiple tragedies. They left young children as orphans. They robbed communities of the disease robbed communities of their most productive members. Yet advances in medicine had made AIDS treatable at a relatively low cost. And so I decided, along with others, some of whom are in this room, that America would not stand by and watch a generation of Africans die of a disease that we had the capability of treating. So I work with members of both parties, interested parties, people who care about government, to launch PEPFAR. The results of PEPFAR are inspiring. I wish most Americans knew that their generosity it's one of these facts that I know would lift our nation's spirit if they knew that in 2003, fewer than 50,000 people in Africa were receiving the drugs they needed to survive. And over the past 12 years, PEPFAR and partners have delivered life-saving medicine to more than 7.7 million people, including more than 5 million women and girls. Millions more have benefited from AIDS testing and education about how to prevent the disease. And as a result, the people of Africa have turned the tide against AIDS. and they are now strive for a goal that once seemed impossible, an AIDS-free generation. You know, the success of PEPFAR, however, created another heartbreak. I mean, imagine going into a village in Africa and a woman who had been saved from AIDS was dying of cervical cancer. I can't think of anything more dispiriting than to have your spirits lifted, then crushed. And so at the Bush Center, we decided to do something about it, as have others in this audience. By the way, more than 85% of the cervical cancer cases are in the developing world. Every 2 minutes, a woman in the developing world dies from the disease. In sub-Saharan Africa alone, cervical cancer takes more than 50,000 lives a year. To me, that means that we must act again, that we must do something, as opposed to read statistics. Breast cancer claims thousands more, and of course, the cycle of poverty begins. Mothers die, children are abandoned, society becomes less productive, and of course, most of these deaths are needless. Like AIDS, cervical cancer and breast cancer are treatable and oftentimes preventable. A simple vaccination can prevent HPV infection, and early testing of treatment can stop both forms of cancer before they become fatal. So 4 years ago, we partnered with PEPFAR, the Susan G. Komen Foundation, UNAIDS, to launch what we've called Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon. The pink ribbon symbolizes the fight against women's cancer, and the red ribbon represents the fight against AIDS. The principle behind Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon is pretty straightforward. A woman who survives AIDS should not be left to die from a treatable or preventable cancer. And neither should her mother, or her sister, or a friend who does not have AIDS. Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon has achieved encouraging results. The program started in 3 countries, Botswana, Tanzania, and Zambia. In each country, we built on the healthcare infrastructure and public-private partnerships that have made PEPFAR a success. We've worked with local partners. We've helped train doctors and nurses to screen and treat cervical and breast cancer. And so far, nearly 200,000 women have been screened for cervical cancer and 6,000 for breast cancer. That's a pretty good start. I emphasize start because there's more to be done. Now, we've traveled to Africa several times to witness the work of Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon. Laura and I have had the privilege of refurbishing clinics. I've had the privilege of dancing. One lady waiting to be screened said, "I need to work on my moves." We've met the dedicated health workers. We've met doctors and nurses who use household vinegar to find cervical lesions. And in most cases, women who need the treatment get it immediately. And we're also making progress on prevention. With support from Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon, Botswana and Zambia have launched programs to vaccinate adolescent girls against HPV. More than 40,000 girls in those countries have received the vaccine so far. Last night I talked to the Minister of Health, Dorcas Magato, who is with us from Botswana, and she told me that their country is expanding the vaccinations. And I applaud, and I told her to tell the President thanks, because it's exactly the model we want. We want to help these programs get started and have the governments take over. And in this case, vaccinate as many young girls as they possibly can. And in Zambia, thanks to the First Lady, and in Tanzania, these programs are going to expand as well. So here's the purpose, and the idea is set up Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon as a catalyst for First Ladies to grab a hold of it and say, this is an initiative that's important to my people. And by the way, when you do so, you're going to make your president look good. In addition to our government and international partners that we've had, we're now expanding. There are more than 20 private sector organizations from Europe and the United States joining in this effort, including some of the world's most advanced medical research companies. There's distinguished charitable foundations and local African organizations committed to making a difference. And of course, one of our goals here at the Bush Center, along with our partners, is to continue to expand the network and encourage the support. And we're in 2 new countries, Namibia and Ethiopia. I want to applaud the First Lady of Ethiopia for her strong commitment. After all, she chairs Ethiopia's National Cancer Committee. So one of the purposes of the First Lady Summit is to give examples where First Ladies can make a significant difference in their countries. And here are a couple of such examples. Although the burden of cervical cancer and breast cancer falls hardest on Africa, the impact of these diseases reach far beyond. The burden of breast and cervical cancer is high in many parts of Latin America, especially in rural areas, on the edges of big cities. We're studying possible countries and partners in Latin America, and we expect to make a decision by the end of this year where to expand in this hemisphere. I'm also pleased to announce that Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon has recently been established as an independent nonprofit organization. The program will retain its close affiliation with the Bush Center, and Laura and I will continue to devote the rest of our walking days to this program. But as an independent entity, Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon will have greater flexibility to expand, to make grants, and to raise funds around the world. Now, although the structure will change, the mission will not. Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon will continue leading coordinated action with partners around the world to save women's lives from cancer so they can support their families and strengthen their communities. You know, when you hear these statistics and kind of look around the world, it can be discouraging to people. Sometimes the tendency for people is to say, well, it's none of our business. Who cares? The task is too hard. Kind of a pervasive pessimism. That's not what we feel here. And that's not how people in this room feel. We're optimistic that we can solve problems. We've seen them solved in the past, and we will do so again. I'm particularly optimistic about the number of young people. Of course, everybody's young when you're 69, but the people who are 20 and 30 years old, our daughters and sons' ages, they've stepped forward. They're great social entrepreneurs, many of whom are here. You got to be optimistic when you hear about their desire to help, their goal of making the world a better place. And so I hope you leave here with the sense that we can do a lot of things together, particularly if we focus. And in our mind, there's no greater focus than liberating women from the clutches of tyranny and the clutches of disease. Thank you for your hearts, and thank you for your time.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Ambassador Deborah Burks, United States Global AIDS Coordinator and Special Representative for Global Health Diplomacy.
Wow, good afternoon. Many of you know I am a very data-driven person, but the president just used every piece of information that I was going to impart. So this will be my first time I've talked with no numbers. So anyway, just incredibly good afternoon to everyone, and it's just been an honor to share the time and space with you all over the last 2 days, and to be able to listen to your insights and learn from you. So thank you, and thank you for being so open. I also like to personally thank the President and Mrs. Bush for your visionary leadership on and the deep commitment to many of the important issues still facing our world today. Thank you. As discussed by the President's Emergency Plan for AIDS Relief, or PEPFAR, was proud to partner with the George W. Bush Institute, Susan G. Komen, and UNAIDS on the original Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon partnership. It sounds like a decade ago. It was just 4 short years ago. The partnership built on the success of PEPFAR, one of President Bush's most extraordinary and enduring legacies. In 2003, the President had the vision, the compassion, and the absolute determination to launch PEPFAR when many questioned if we could ever effectively address HIV/AIDS in the developing world. Many thought it was impossible. Well, I think we can all agree now that what many thought was impossible was not only possible, but enormously successful due to many people in the room. And PEPFAR has become the model for what is possible when we all work together in new ways. And PEPFAR represents the best of the United States, working across Congress and administrations. A program begun by one president, President Bush, and expanded and built upon by President Obama. That illustration of commitments transcends administrations to show what leadership can do, from transforming and saving lives to actually moving towards creating an AIDS-free generation. So together, we're not only marching towards a similar goal, but we're changing the very course of this epidemic, showing again what we can do when we are together with a shared vision and, of course, his limitless energy and drive. So today, I'm proud to announce an additional $7 million in PEPFAR funding to continue the great work of Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon partnership and to expand to new countries. Thank you. It was so successful. How could we do anything less? And to expand this to both new countries, and it shows that what is a testament to the strength and the applicability of this partnership model. Today's new investment builds on our original $10 million investment, but with all programs, it's not just about the money, but it's the dedication of the people to transform funding into programs. It is people who do programs, not just money. So although launched in just 2011 to combat cervical and breast cancer, 2 of the leading causes of death, I had statistics in there, won't mention them. Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon comes in right as President Bush discussed. By expanding the availability of vital cervical cancer screening and treatment, especially to high-risk HIV-positive women, and promoting breast cancer education, the partnership is not only saving lives, but importantly, decreasing the stigma of cancer and supporting the lives of women so they can thrive. In 4 short years, we are achieving the vision, I have to say, the very aggressive vision that President and Mrs. Bush laid out. A vision of comprehensively primary and secondary cervical cancer services and breast cancer awareness, bringing it to a scale that reaches every woman, and this vision is being translated into reality today. And you could hear how in Botswana alone, the country is going to full scale. In the end, as with most things, it comes down to partnerships and leadership. Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon succeeds because it capitalizes on the comparative advantage of each partner as described, from the original 4 to now more than 22, bringing together the private sector and foundation partners with amazing country leadership that has allowed us to move from 3 countries to 5 countries, with many first ladies and ministers of health giving their voice to this critical issue. Together, we are ensuring that we are addressing stigma and accessibility to life-saving services and vaccination to protect our young girls. PEPFAR is indeed proud to be part of this collective endeavor. Thank you for being here, and thank you for your ideas and your innovations. You are making PEPFAR better just for these last 2 days. Thank you so much.
Over the past decade, we have made significant progress in reducing the number of deaths from infectious disease such as HIV/AIDS in developing nations, many on the African continent. With this success comes the chance to take on another leading killer in the developing world, women's cancer.
Cervical cancer is a major public health problem. How do we prevent? Because of course prevention should always be our focus as well. Innovative approaches to addressing cervical cancer such as see and treat and also HPV, I don't think these should be options. They should be actually necessities. It sounds as simple as that, and it is as simple as that actually. Something as simple as vinegar can actually make a big difference in women's health.
Ke video tsa phomalepa ke tswa go bono mo khoteng ya ga dandane ke tlo tsatseno ke tlo mo tleliniking ke tlo kopa thuso ya go checkiwa kankere mo lo mo apopelo ke bona go botlhokwa go ta go itlhatlhoba ka lebaka la gore ha ona le kankere le bolwetse ja molomo wa kankere apopelo go kgona gore go tsenye bokoa mo go ka hetsang go dirile ntho mo go wena jaanong ka bo ke bona go le botlhokwa gore ke ke check gore ha ile teng ke thusiwe go santse go na le nako.
We know that worldwide the commonest malignancy for women is breast cancer, but when you consider sub-Saharan Africa, the commonest cancer in women is cervical cancer, and 80% will die, and that's why the whole of the sub-Saharan region is struggling to put together programs for early detection and treatment. A number of African countries has partnered with Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon, and because of that, we have seen quite a number of a multiplier effect in terms of assistance from other companies that are dealing with both products as well as services that are used in the control of cervical cancer.
Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon is a global organization that utilizes the power of partnerships to save women's lives from cancer. Healthy women strengthen families, communities, and nations. Through sustainable and simple screening options and increased access to education, Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon increases awareness of breast and cervical cancer, promotes early detection, and provides necessary treatment, and ultimately saves lives. Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon works alongside country partners to vaccinate girls against the human papillomavirus. When girls and young women are vaccinated before they've been exposed to HPV, the likelihood they contract cervical cancer is much lower.
It's not an option, it has to be done. We can't afford not to screen our women. We can't afford not to vaccinate our women, our girl child. So these are not options or choices that we can make, no. It's absolutely necessary.
In many societies, if not all societies, women really the keepers of tradition, and they keep the family together. If there is no woman, there's no mother. That's literally the end of our dreams for many, many children, particularly if the younger children. And that's the agency of the whole issue. We need to preserve the health of our women, because if this woman is not there, the whole family just crumbles. The Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon coming to the aid of countries, a very big plus. There are many people that do work such as we do. We feel particularly privileged. What you're doing here gives us hope that we'll have the support that we need to continue this work next year and the year after.
We believe in a timeless truth. Of those to whom much is given, much is required. Together with our global partners in government, nonprofit, and corporate sectors, we have a responsibility to further our work and build on our momentum in the fight against disease. Through Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon, we can ensure that more women not only live, but thrive.
ke tla bua le bone ke ba rotloetsa ka gore le bone ke tla bua le bone gore ba tle ka gore nna ke setse ke itemogetse gore ga gona botlhoko jo bone ba setseng ba kaile gore ba bo tshaba mma inthusitse ke ka gore ke bone botlhokwa ja teng.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome moderator Scott Carpenter, Director of Free Expression of Google Ideas, and our distinguished panel to the stage.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'd like to just get another round of applause for that amazing announcement about the new funding for the red ribbon, pink ribbon. How amazing is that? And I want to thank President and Mrs. Bush again for creating this opportunity for all of us to gather here together. It's It's amazing to look out and just see how many people are here making a real impact in lives around the world. I want to thank Charity Wallace very quickly, specifically for inviting me to do this, because it gave me an opportunity to wear my cowboy boots. I guess I should thank her, since I work at Google now, I should thank her that I'm even wearing shoes. But, well, we've come to that part of the program where we really want to get specific. We want to take a look at concrete efforts to build public-private partnerships to impact the lives and fortunes of women and girls around the world. Sometimes when we hear this phrase, public-private partnerships, we kind of scratch our heads. What does that really mean? And what I think you're going to hear today from the panelists is it means intentional, coordinated and concerted efforts to leverage the best that each of us can bring to bear on a specific set of challenges. And today we're going to be looking at the way in which these fine folks and their partners have worked to address issues related to maternal care, education, economic empowerment and entrepreneurship, even in the agricultural sector, as well as in education. And we are fortunate to have these folks here to be able to share some of their stories. But because of the size of the panel, I'm going to try to get out of the way as much as possible. And I'm not going to be introducing each of them. You had their names up there. You have that wonderful app, I'm sure, in all of your phones that has their rich biographies. And instead, I just want to jump right in, if that's all the same to you guys. All right, so here we go. I'm going to turn to John DeMonte first, in part because of what we just heard from both the president and from the ambassador on the importance of healthcare. Healthcare and maternal care for women, as we heard from President Bush as well, is absolutely critical if we're going to eradicate this cycle of poverty that we tend to face. So, John, given your experience and the president's remarks, perhaps you could discuss a bit about why the Bristol-Myers Squibb Foundation made the decision to invest in the program in the first place.
Yeah, sure, great, thanks, Scott. So basically, the Bristol-Myers Squibb Foundation, wherever we work globally, whether it's hepatitis in Asia, HIV and cervical cancer in Africa, oncology in Central and Eastern Europe, the role that we play is that we really look to mobilize community support services for greater health outcomes. So you could be an HIV-positive woman living in a rural village in Swaziland, and you can have all the ARVs you need to treat that virus. But if you don't have the right nutritional supplementation, if you didn't disclose to your partner, the stigma's too high, you won't benefit from medical innovation. So we really look at how you build those models of support so you can really kind of care for that person during the disease journey. So not too long ago, we really expanded our scope looking at comorbid conditions in HIV. And in sub-Saharan Africa, we started to look at cervical cancer about 7 years ago. And putting together those partnerships were somewhat complex. They take a lot of time. Sometimes it's trying to keep together a bad marriage is somewhat easier. And you kind of build through these sort of things. But we've realized early on that, we weren't going as far and as fast as we need to be going. And then we were soon introduced to Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon in its early stages. And I think the power of what you've heard in terms of having, the global leadership of President Bush and Mrs. Bush, of having UNAIDS and the experience and the platform of PEPFAR, the global advocacy of UNAIDS and the technical support and expertise of Komen really provided a platform that many partners can come together on. So where we were limited in terms of how we were looking at cervical, all of a sudden we had enough partners that we could really look at this from prevention through see and treat all the way through palliative care. And it brought together the private sector, it brought together NGOs, faith-based organizations that really kind of sat on this huge platform. The power of the platform isn't that Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon says, okay, give us your resources and we'll take care of this. It really serves as a platform and the connective tissue to allow those partners to do what they do best. We still identify our partners, we still work on the ground, but I don't have to worry so much about the treatment end of it. They're connecting it, they're making sure it all works together. They can do the evaluation, they can do the actual costing, they can test technologies and the best way to treat. We can go much further, we can go much faster, and we are going to do it. And the more people that join will be that much further and that much faster.
That's amazing. That's amazing. Thank you very much. In terms, again, just because we have the opportunity of having you here, I mean, what would you say to this group assembled about how the First Ladies Summit and some of these broader efforts can be brought to bear in the program?
Well, when it comes to the First Ladies, we've had firsthand experience. I mean, whether it's HIV, cervical cancer in Africa, or returning veterans in the United States, if you build it, will they come? In most cases, they won't. You really have to use the voice of the First Lady, which is so transformative, to take down stigma. You have to reduce stigma. And if you do that, those partnerships like Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon can do much more. We did the launch of our screening program under Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon in Mwanza, Tanzania. And the First Lady came and we had 5,000 women showed up to be screened. I've never seen that before. There's so much we can do in terms of the community mobilization. First Ladies can actually make a huge, huge impact.
Excellent. Well, Joyce, I want to turn to you as a nurse in Zambia who's working at Livingstone Central Hospital, which is one of the places where a lot of this screening is being done. I'd love for you to talk a little bit about your experience with Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon, and how that's evolved, and maybe share a little bit of your own story.
Thank you very much. It's a privilege to be in front of you all. Being a nurse at Livingstone Central Hospital has really excited me, especially the presence of the President and Mrs. Bush in June 2013 as partnership. It really excited the hospital and the community at large. People were excited, especially with the work that they did. They were just given a room. These people worked. They renovated the room. They could work long hours. We could see them working, and the people got interested. As a result, we saw a lot of women coming when time came for screening. We screened a lot of them because of what happened. And through, we were also able to also have a clinic at our hospital. It's also through Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon. We're able to have this life-saving service also at our own hospital through the Bush partnership. And we are also able to tap up expertise from other institutions that had done the screening before. So it was easier for us to do the services, to learn more from our friends. And the provision of the cervical cancer services through the techniques that I learned has a lot to my family, my friends, and even the hospital at large. I'm able to train nurses, those of whom I work with in the clinic, through the technique that I learned. And I recall I was also a beneficiary from this same technique, which is a plus in my family. Cervical cancer was prevented in me. I'm able now to be happy. I remember yesterday I had a joke with the president. He was asking me, "Oh, you look so young. What's wrong with you?" I said, "It's because I'm happy with my children. Who knows, maybe by this time I was going to be battling with this cervical cancer. But through the red, pink ribbon, I'm able to talk to you even now, happy as I am, and I'm able to look after my family. I'm happy with my friends. And through the techniques that I've learned, I'm also able to render services even outside the hospital. I do join the mobile services which take place like once a quarter. We go for outreaches throughout Southern Province. I believe no woman should die. No woman should die from cancer.
Well, thank you for sharing your story. It's just an amazing story. When I first met Joyce and we were talking a little bit about this, and she was telling me a little bit about the hospital and how it's expanded its services, and she just let that drop very lightly, that I am also a beneficiary. And you think about the impact that she has had on so many women because she herself went through the screening and found something and is able to share that experience. Joyce, is really amazing. What are the kind of the most important maternal health challenges left to face when you see clinically what's happening in your communities?
Having worked as a midwife and having worked in labor wards, maternal death is still a challenge in our country. But I'm happy at least it's being tackled by the government and other partners. I remember with the Zambia demographic health survey, which was done in 2013, 2014, there was a decrease in the number of maternal deaths from about 591, which was recorded in 2007, to 398 recorded in 2014, which is a decrease. But I still believe more can be done to reduce this.
And what role would you say that government or the private sector or other civil society groups could play in doing that? What are the ways that you would suggest?
I feel the government has still to do a lot more, especially to train more health workers to deliver our women. I'm glad with the introduction of the direct midwives, which I feel will reduce this to some stage. And also, I believe more sensitization has to be done to the community, to just tell them that it's better to deliver from a health facility. And more should be done to build more health facilities closer to the people. Unlike the way it is, people move from far places, they get discouraged on their way and they die. But I'm glad this is being done at the moment by the government and other partners.
Sounds fantastic. I don't know if Josh is still out there, but maybe Mobile Medic could make a trip to Zambia if you're not there already. So that's pretty cool. Well, thank you, Joyce. Thank you so much for your service to your people. It's amazing.
Thank
you. But as President Bush noted, maternal health is necessary, but it's not sufficient. Once you take care of women's health, then other possibilities open up. And the question is, what then? How do you create economic opportunity for them? So I'm going to turn to Carrie Briggs, who's director of the ExxonMobil Foundation, to talk a little bit about what they're doing. They've invested somewhere around $80 million to help your partners implement programs around the world in about 100 countries, helping tens of thousands of women. But I'm curious to better understand what are some of those innovations that you're investing in today. And how does the longstanding partnership with the First Lady Summit play into all of that?
Right, those are great questions. Thank you, Scott. It's great to be here today. Some of you may have been expecting my colleague, Noah Giamelli, who runs our women's programming for the ExxonMobil Foundation. I'm taking her place today, and I think that I feel hopefully we'll do it justice. And I know that one thing we share in common is our orientation towards innovation and research, and so we'll see how I do here today. You talked about our partnership with the Bush Institute and the First Ladies Initiative and why it matters. I think we've, at the ExxonMobil Foundation, has been working with the Bush Center and those two initiatives and the one here today. And I think they're really nice opportunities for doing something that we think matters, which is convening and bringing people together to talk about great ideas, and then to showcase great partners like you're about to hear from Toshi. Those conversations matter, and it's partly how we engage with our nonprofit, our NGOs. We like to help them grow and build and use data, and then once they get to that place, be able to say, look at what they're doing. The First Ladies initiatives provide great opportunities for that to happen. So we're glad to make that part of it. When it comes to innovation, I think back in 2004, when the foundation was thinking about expanding its work, and we were looking to figure out how do we really make a difference in communities where we operate around the world, like what matters? And you learn very quickly from the data that women matter, and that, obviously why we're here today, but they're such a high leverage point, so we can invest in women, and they not only directly benefit from that investment, but they give to their families, they invest in their children, they invest in their larger communities. And so for us, it made sense, and as we continued to work through it, our program evolved to economic empowerment and to help them become, financially independent and being able to generate that. And then just one last point on innovation, and I think Margaret will appreciate this at the ExxonMobil Foundation. We really looked to the research, and we partnered with the UN Foundation, and we, in looking at those data and looking at what worked, created what's called the Roadmap for Promoting Women's Economic Empowerment. A lot of words there, just think roadmap. And what it tells you is what works, and how to think about partnerships, and how to think about investing in women. And initially, I think we did that for our own work, and then we ended up really promoting it to everyone, and so you can go online and see that. But that's been a key innovation for us, is like looking at that research and using that to drive our work moving forward.
Very cool. Well, one of your beneficiaries is sitting right next to you, and Toshi, you've been CEO and co-founder of something called Copernic, and I didn't know much about Copernic before I was invited to do the panel, and I've been checking it out, and it is very cool. And for those of you who haven't had a chance to take a look at the website, I'd really encourage you to do so, because I was made aware of technologies I didn't even know existed. But the basic idea here is that as technology of all sorts spread, not just the internet and the mobile phone, but there are all kinds of other ways of thinking about deploying technology that's democratizing, that's becoming available to everyone. And the question has been, how do you leverage those technologies to really empower women and girls in this way, so that you can drive economic growth and create stability in the family and in the community. And so I was hoping, Toshi, that you could talk a little bit about the unique approach that you take to delivering these last mile technologies to women and girls.
Yeah, thank you so much. First of all, I'm really happy to be in the panel where men are not too underrepresented. So our approach, so Copernic is a social enterprise that delivers simple yet life-changing technologies to really remote locations where socioeconomic conditions is much lower than the rest of the country. And the technologies that we deal with includes the very simple water filter that provides clean and safe drinking water to the poor households, or the solar lighting that replaces dangerous and expensive kerosene lights, or clean cook stoves that eliminates the exposure to harmful smoke from open fire cooking. And we also deal with many other types of technologies in agriculture, health, and education. So we bundle these technologies and then provide option to the communities, and depending on the needs, they select a particular type of technologies, and then we start the distribution process. And in this distribution process, we work very closely with a group of women. And these group of women, some of them may be already running a shop in a rural area with their husband, selling rice, soaps, or coffee, and they add these technologies to their shops. And some other other women are school teachers in the morning, and then they sell technologies in the afternoon to supplement their income. So typically, the higher performing, what we call Wonder Women, they increase their income by 30 to 40%. So they actually have extra money to invest in health, education, and the rest they will save for the future. And one of the example of one of the Wonder Woman actually has gone beyond selling the technologies, but she started to produce new technologies with us. So that's Ibu Lasmani from East Java. She's a seamstress, and so she is using her skills, sewing skills, to produce heat retention bag, which is used for cooking. And so that bag can reduce the use of firewood. And then she has produced a number of this heat retention bag. And Copernic purchased it, and then we deliver to other communities in need of that type of technologies. And her income also increased by 40% or so. So that's how we deliver technology to the really remote area where it's very difficult to reach.
40% growth. That's pretty amazing. Yeah, I love hearing more of the stories about the people that you're impacting, because these are remarkable stories. Well, let me ask you both about this unique partnership between you two. Like, how did it come about? And better understand a little bit about how you think about these types of collaborations on both sides. Why don't we start with you, Karen?
Yeah, sure. I think oftentimes when we think about partnerships in the NGO space, it often just stops kind of at the financial conversation. Mm-hmm. And obviously that's an important part of it. But we like to think about partnership in a broader kind of way. And so like with the Copernic work and other groups that we fund, we first are looking for results. Like, what organizations are doing things where they get effective results that are aligned with the things that we have decided to promote. Mm. So you find those organizations, and then you think about building their local capacity. And we've done that in a number of ways. We sometimes provide support through consultants. Sometimes we just give those leaders training, help them develop as leaders in running an NGO. So we focus on building the local capacity. And then another element to that, again, back to our research orientation, is we'll provide resources to help them with measurement and evaluation, right? We want these organizations to learn and grow, do that on data. So we'll help fund that kind of orientation. And then lastly, bring them to events like this, sponsor events like this, help with the First Ladies Initiative, help with the Global Women's Network, and be able to create these conversations that hopefully spark new ideas and give people like Copernic and Toshi a chance to inspire other people in other places. As he's clearly doing here. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I want to echo what, it's great stuff, what Carrie said. And ExxonMobil actually was one of the first supporters of Copernic. When nobody else was supporting, they were like, okay, right, we're gonna support you. And that was really, really important for us. And then from the very beginning, they have accompanied our growth in every step. So that's really one characteristics of our partnership. The second thing is that they not only provide support to the Wonder Woman program, but also helped increase our capacity as an organization. So the ExxonMobil has been really generous in supporting our marketing effort, operations effort, strengthening the financial accountability, and that was really, really helpful. And it's very rare among the donors that support the nonprofit. And thirdly, I think as Kerry mentioned, the emphasis on evidence and data, which is really, I think, one of the characteristics of the ExxonMobil. We also greatly benefit. The roadmap report that Kerry mentioned is really a practical piece of research. They came up with a number of really practical recommendations, what works in supporting farmers, what works in entrepreneurs in urban areas or rural areas, and we always use that as a reference in undertaking activities. So it's been really great partnership.
It's fantastic. Wonder Woman. I mean, as a guy of a certain age who used to watch Wonder Woman on television, how is this idea spread around the world of Wonder Women?
So our biggest strength is in Indonesia, and that's I am based, and most of our staff are based. But we also work in 25 other countries, mostly in Southeast Asia. So countries like Myanmar, Cambodia, Nepal, the Philippines, and these are the countries that we are expanding our network with. And and sort of trying to replicate the model that we created together with ExxonMobil.
That's great. One of the things that I'm always struck by is when I hear about really successful public-private partnerships, it's the staying power, the commitment and consistency that the partners take toward one another. We heard it last night when Shelley was talking about the film, Girl Rising, the idea that you're willing to stick with them through thick and thin as they develop their programs. So it's important to hear that echoed again here. So I think economic empowerment can obviously take many forms. And I think there is sometimes, especially where I come from in Silicon Valley, to fetishize technology in some ways. That if you don't have an app and you don't have a mobile phone and it's not there, then you're not doing anything. Whereas in fact, so many people are involved in the process of feeding all of us. And in many parts of the world, this is extremely difficult. And so I want to turn a bit to talk about the way in which new approaches in agriculture are driving private sector growth for women. And to do that, I'm very honored to be able to ask Catherine from Root Capital to tell us a little bit about Root Capital, first of all, what it does, how it works, and then talk about some of the public-private partnerships that you've managed to build.
Great. Thank you so much, Scott, and thank you for inviting me to be part of this conversation in this panel. It's a total honor. So there are 450 million smallholder farmers in the world, and serving these farmers, reaching these farmers.
I'm sorry, how many?
450 million.
450 million.
Smallholders, and by smallholder, we're talking about farmers who are working on 2 hectares or less of land. And these individuals, reaching these individuals is just absolutely at the center of addressing poverty, right? Of the coming up on 3 billion people who live off of $2 or less a day, 2/3 of them live in the rural countryside and are relying in some shape or form on agriculture for that survival. But in addition, working with farmers and being able to support the businesses that aggregate them is essential in terms of the promotion that smallholders can engage in around climate-smart agricultural practices, resisting further deforestation, for example, in addressing questions of food insecurity by bringing new nutritious foods into local markets, and also in addressing balancing gender equality. There's just so much that can happen when these businesses are strong. And yet, the vast majority of the businesses that connect smallholder farmers to markets fall way below the radar of financial institutions. And so as a result, these businesses cannot connect to markets that are hungry for their goods, and they fail to thrive, or they just fail, period. So, and the cost of that missed opportunity is particularly steep for women, not surprisingly, because women are already operating at a deficit in terms of less access than their male counterparts to inputs like seeds and training and microcredit. They're less geographically mobile, less able to pick up and go search for employment somewhere, and they have less control over their time. They just have less flexibility because they're often doing double duty at home, right? So that's a long wind up to your question, which is the organization I work for and why do we exist? So Root Capital is a social investment fund, a nonprofit organization, and for 15 years we've been trying to address this financing gap, what's often referred to as the missing middle, right? The missing middle is businesses that are too large for microfinance and too small or too risky, too far away for commercial financing. And so many of the businesses that connect these farmers to global markets that are gonna feed the planet, right, 9 billion people, they fall in that missing middle. And so we've been trying to fill it in. And the work that we've been doing for 15 years is entirely premised on this concept of public-private partnerships in two really principal ways. One, we borrow money from investors. There's this growing momentum, right, called impact investing, where investors want to invest for social and environmental returns, not just financial returns. So we borrow their money, and they're mostly private sector lenders. Starbucks, for example, happens to be our second largest investor, and not from their foundation, but from their corporate balance sheet. But also General Mills, many pension funds, many private individuals. We have 200 investors at present. And then on the other hand, we lend against, in the absence of collateral, these businesses generally don't have hard assets, we lend against the intent to purchase of global buyers that are looking to connect to smallholders and to the products that they offer. So we work with also about 200 global buyers, and we literally, our innovation, if you will, it's very low tech, no tech, right, is we lend against that intent. We lend against purchase contracts. We lend against pieces of paper. It's still unsecured lending, high risk ag lending, right, very far away. But if you can understand the relationship between a buyer and a seller, then there's an asset there that you can lend against. There's something there. And one of the businesses that we've worked with is the Esquipulas cooperative that my friend Ileana is going to talk about. And she's the general manager of that cooperative and a great leader in northern Guatemala. So I'm grateful to her for being here. So just kind of wrapping up here, in the 15 years that we've been doing this, we've worked with about 500 businesses across about 25 countries and about 30 value chains, different industries. And mostly we lend capital, and mostly that capital is just good old-fashioned working capital that, cash on the barrelhead that allows a cooperative manager like Ileana to pay her farmers on time so they can put food on the table that night, and they don't have to wait, or they don't have to pay at a steep discount to a middleman, right? Just good old-fashioned liquidity. In addition, we provide financial management training. We're sort of a rural MBA for agricultural businesses, if you will. And we do that to sort of accelerate the growth of those businesses because they're such powerful multiplier effects in their communities. Our experience, we've done about $900 million in lending, so we're coming up on $1 billion. We have a really big party next year. Please come. It'll be in Boston, not in February, I promise. And 97% of that money comes back and we're able to recycle it. And we have been able to pay back our investors 100% all the time. So it's not a bad business. And in terms of what these partnerships look like and the impact that they can have in the lives of women, here's what we know. We know that when these agricultural businesses are also that part of their vision is to empower women and connect women economically, then a number of things happen. Food insecurity goes down, children stay in school, productivity goes up. Turns out women, when they have seeds and fertilizer and training, they're pretty good farmers. And communities, these businesses will then invest in a broad set of community needs, like schools, like health clinics, even like lighting and technology. And so it's sort of, they can change the world.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to just move over this side of the stage. I'm feeling very far away from my panelists here, so I'm just going to stand over here if you don't mind. Okay. All right, Kofi? But Ileana, I didn't know you before we came to this event, and so I was doing my research online, and because I'm from Google, and was just so amazed by you, just watching some of the videos that are out there that showcase the work that you've done. And so clearly you've been empowered through this model that Catherine has mentioned. And so I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about your story, what, in this case, what the partnership brought to you to enable you to have the impact that you have had.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you, everyone, for having me here. Thank you for the invitation. I'm very happy. In order to share my experience with all of you, it's better to tell the short story. It's difficult for me. So when I was a little, I used to pick coffee in my father's field, coffee field. And then it was the first time when I get in touch with coffee without knowing what's behind the coffee production and commercialization and all that stuff. And I started to become a teacher, primary school teacher, but I wanted to learn more. So I applied for a scholarship at this time, and I got it. I had the opportunity to stay in the United States for 2 years, in 1998 to 2000. And as soon as I came back to Guatemala, I remember I couldn't get a job because the economy was devastated. The most important product in Guatemala is coffee. And at this time, we were facing the coffee crisis because of prices. And that's how I realized that the coffee was a commodity. And for me, it means that the producer didn't have the chance to establish his own price. So it was hard for me to understand that because I didn't understand why if the producer invests and plant coffee and produce coffee, he can establish his price. But anyway, that's how I started to work with coffee, and I developed different activities about coffee. And then I became the manager of this small coffee cooperative. And I remember that I could see all the producers that were facing real problems because they were selling their coffee at very low prices. And so that's why we started to do a brainstorming, a list of things that we need to understand and to do for developing a new project. So our first focus was quality. And we realized that we have the good conditions to grow a high quality of coffee. So we have the production, we have the fields, we have the producers, but we didn't have the basic structures to grow coffee. We didn't have the training and the knowledge to improve the yield and the coffee production. And we didn't know how to do all the processing of coffee in order to export it. We didn't know about the standards of exporting coffee. many things. But during that time, we started to work trying to help the producers to understand how to grow coffee and to use new techniques, to improve new techniques. And I remember the biggest challenge was trying to make the producers to change their behaviors and attitudes and to change their mind in order to improve. So by this time, we reached all our goals, but we couldn't export our coffee at this time. So we asked many banks to borrow, we wanted to borrow money, but there was a list of requirements that we, of course, we couldn't fill because our cooperative was in a bad shape because of the coffee crisis. And that's why one of our coffee buyers interested to buy our coffee told us about Root Capital. And this is how we got in touch with Root Capital. And they came and they supported our commercialization, and we got this money and we export our coffee, we make this agreement. And finally, at this time, I remember that our income was about $1 million for our exportation. So it was the beginning of this adventure, and that's why we have been keeping this project and make it sustainable at this time. So right now, we set our own price. We don't care about how the commodity price behaves because we set our price, a floor price, where the most important thing is that we base our price above the cost of productions of the coffee farmer. So this is the model that we have developed with the support of Root Capital. So I think that's very important, not only to have the money, but to have the tools, to have the advising, to have the training, and Root Capital has done it. Not only provide the money and support the business, but they also are with us training because there are so many things that we need to learn and still learning during the time. So I think this is the good thing of our project.
Well, you know, it's what is true anywhere where anyone's making an investment. It's not only in the idea or the product, it's in the people, right? So when you take a look at someone and you're going to make a decision as to whether you're going to take a risk or not, sometimes you can look at the financials, sometimes you can look at other things, but if you look at the person, and I think that Root Capital made a tremendous investment in you. Very smart, very smart. You reference the failures in some ways of the existing banking system in your own country to be able to see the need or the ability to take the risk. What do you both feel is necessary in terms of what you do about government structures or institutions to be able to support in a more systemic way within a country like Guatemala to be able to have the same type of impact that you all have had together?
Do you want me to go first? Yeah. So we're a small organization, right? We're never going to be the Citibank of agricultural lending. We're not going to be much of anything, right? We're a small nonprofit. So when we think about the real impact of this work, we talk about it in that kind of catalyzed systemic change way that you just articulated, Scott, which is what can we want to have direct impact, but our long-term vision, the end game, if you will, is can we influence the flow of capital from long-term people who are really in the long-term business of providing capital, banks, right? And so we spent a lot of time on this. We have this sort of three prongs to our strategy. One is the financing, the bank within us. One is the financial management training, and the third one is the field building. And it's hard to wrap your arms around it, but it's the crux, right? And so we are in the process of working with peer institutions on setting banking standards. What does it mean to serve this market? How do we avoid over-indebtedness and things like that? What kind of training is required? What is the sort of the companionship between credit and capacity building that has to go side by side in order to work in this market? And then to sort of take that agenda, that policy agenda, if you will, to financial institutions, to banks, to microfinance institutions that are sort of looking at this as the next market opportunity, and to try to help them crowd in to the space so that we can crowd out.
That's excellent. So 15 years on, that's still the goal. That's great.
That's absolutely the goal.
All right, so far what we've done here is we've really talked about maternal health, and we've talked about entrepreneurship and the economic impact that one can have by investing socially or otherwise in agriculture. But the mantra these days is education, 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 education. And Margaret Spelling's just looking at me, nodding her head, yes. Yes. And so we're going to close out our panel by talking about education and some of the programs that World Vision has been investing in. And here to talk to us a little bit about that is Cheryl Jurisic. And Cheryl, I would love to have you outline for us is the program All Children Reading. Who's involved in this unique public partnership? What is the secret sauce to its success, if you will? I'd love to hear more, and I'm sure the audience would as well.
Great. Thank you so much, Scott. It's a wonderful question, and it's great to be here. We're really excited to have a chance to talk about this great partnership and really about education, which we've been hearing so much about, and the impact that it has in the lives of women and girls. This partnership is one that we are very excited about and we've been on this journey since 2011. And it's a partnership between World Vision, USAID, and the Australian government. A mix you might not think has come together, but it has. And it's come together because we recognize that we had a shared vision and goals around impacting early grade reading outcomes for children, that they could reach their full potential, and doing that both through partnership and new innovations. And part of that was we recognize that as key agencies in the global actor space, that we believed we could work together by bringing to light the fact that while there are more children actually going to school these days, they are not actually achieving literacy levels that you would expect. And we heard this morning and yesterday that there are 62 million girls that are not in school. There's also a recent study from UNESCO from 2013 and 2014 that tells us that there are 250 million children that are not achieving both literacy and numeracy skills. So there's a great need for this type of work to be done, and so we've been really excited to be a part of that work. At World Vision, there were really some key factors that we were looking at about what would make this really important in terms of alignment for us. And there are three things I'd like to highlight for you. One was that there was a strong alignment between our own education goals and our child well-being aspirations, And the second would be that partnership. And partnership is a core value at World Vision. And it's one in which we know that you need to work often in terms to achieve education goals. You need to work both with and through partners. And partnership and collaboration is a key principle of All Children Reading. And lastly, it has to do with research, and we've heard that come up a few times here through the course of our partnership conversation. And research is really important as a part of All Children Reading. A third of the portfolio budget is really dedicated to research and understanding what are the key innovations that are really helping to develop and comprehension reading levels for children. And so that is something that we've made sure that we know how can we scale and sustain the innovations that are having the greatest impact for children. And so those three things really made a difference in terms of our ability to invest in All Children Reading and come together as a strong partnership, which we've seen over the last few years. We've seen a deepening of the relationship of the three partners, and it's one that's really strengthened. We've also seen that in the programming. The programming has really deepened and evolved in the field, and we've seen how it's also continued to develop as a robust platform. So it began as a single round of competitions, and it's grown to be a robust platform where there are multiple prize competitions, and it's led to seed funding for literacy solutions. So there's been more than 1,000 innovators that have submitted their applications for review, and we have selected 60 projects for implementation across the 3 partners. And that has led to, that's been in over 30 countries. So it's been really amazing to see how this has continued to build and develop just in the first grant round competition. And one of the things that's really been interesting is to see that this has been across a wide breadth of people that have been submitting their applications. So it's been everything from local to international entities, women-owned businesses, universities, NGOs. It's been all across the spectrum coming together to build literacy for children. And finally, I'd love to share with you just where we're at with this first grant competition, because we've had really some terrific results. Over 450,000 children have seen improved literacy outcomes as a part of this, many of them being girls. And 5,249 teachers and their assistants and educators have also been a part of these innovations, and 125 parent-teacher associations have been impacted as well.
Wow. Okay, Kofi, is one of the first grantees of this program. I'd love for you to tell us a little bit about how you assess the impact, where you've been, where you're going with this.
Well, thank you, Scott. And I bring you greetings from Ghana. How many of you have ever been to Ghana? Okay, the rest of you need to come to Ghana. Yeah, so in 2012, the All Children Reading Program gave Open Learning Exchange the opportunity to contribute to Ghana's quest for quality basic education, with a special emphasis on reading, early grade reading, and the girl child. So through our Ghana Reads program, we have, using a hands-on, holding hands approach, introduced teachers to new ways of teaching and making teaching and learning fun. We have provided exciting, just-in-time content and innovatively made use of technology to make learning fun and reading exciting. An external evaluation that has been carried out as part of program activities have clearly indicated that the program is having a very strong impact on pupils' literacy skills acquisition, with girls kind of leading the way. Our partnership with the All Children Reading partners and later engagement with World Vision Ghana has helped us in our own small way to reach some 10,000 pupils, 60% of whom are girls. We have worked with some 400 teachers, 70% of whom are females. But we still feel that the impact of our program is yet to be felt when new partnerships that we are developing come to fruition. And I'll give an example. There is the DFID-supported Transforming Teacher Education and Learning Program, which is currently going on back home. And this is targeted at the 38 colleges of education. Now, this is going to have a big, big, big impact on girls' education. And luckily for us, with our Ghana Reads program, we are part of that process. There is also the USAID Partnership for Education Learning Program. And it's very likely that we'll have a chance to play a role in that as well. But in looking at the impact, we've also been very mindful of the sustainability issues associated with this kind of project. So right from the very onset, we have preempted some of the possible challenges and tried to address them head on. And there's one solution that I've heard being said here over and over and over again, and that's PPP. But I would want to add another P and say that you should have a PPPP, positive public-private partnerships. So we are looking at, we've been encouraging local PPPs where eventually we expect that the local political and educational authorities will take over the control, management, planning, and budgeting for these programs in their area. We are also looking at the schools themselves and the school communities. They've been doing this already, but we need to push them more to do that, to innovatively generate funds to manage the very minimal recurrent cost for the program. And of course, Open Learning Exchange would always be there to provide the technical support. We also do have a teacher or human resource development program in place based on a coaching concept. So we have layers of coaches right down to the local level where capacity is built to offer first-line support. And we complement this using an e-coaching process. We've been very mindful of the technology that we are also using. It's not just a question of what is nice. It is a question of what really works in the conditions and situations that we find ourselves. So we are looking at technology that addresses internet and power-related issues. But most importantly, the setup costs and the recurrent costs must also be very minimal for sustainability to be achieved. And I think the bottom line is the end user must always see a need to go for that product. If you put all these things in place and the end user doesn't see any need for it or can't easily access it, I don't really think it's of any use. So we are exploring, one of the things we are doing is exploring possibilities of taking the content that we already have and turning this into a national online e-library for basic education. Then the last mile, we would use a network of low-cost, offline digital libraries using the Raspberry Pi to do the distribution.
That's great. Well, I want to thank you for focusing on both the sustainability issue and also that point about, again, that you might not expect somebody from Google to emphasize, but that technology is not always or even most of the time the solution. It's all about the user and what the situation in which he, or in this case she, finds herself to be able to access the information on the educational tools that you're providing. So I wanted to thank you for that. On the sustainability issue, those 4 Ps were interesting to me because positive implies that there can be negative, which is why just at the outset I said that it should be intentional, coordinated, and concerted. You know, because there are so many players in this space, and if they're not coordinated with the best of intentions, wanting to help girls learn to read in Ghana, the partner can't have the impact that they might otherwise have. But World Vision is going to continue with this funding, so as I understand. And so I was wondering if you could talk a little bit about why it is that you think that you want to continue to go in this direction.
Absolutely, thank you. Yes, as a child-focused, community-based organization, we recognized, and part of the reason we made this investment in All Children Reading is that their technology-based solutions can really help accelerate the learning of children in our communities. And that's just what we've seen, and we've found evidence of that as we've looked at the All Children Reading evidence from the program. We have full confidence in moving forward because of the results from both our own work and the effectiveness of the innovations. And there's 2 key innovations that we've selected to move forward with. One is the one you've just heard Kofi talk about with Open Learning Exchange in Ghana, and the other one is from World Education, which is a total reading approach in Cambodia. And so I'll tell you a little bit more about just kind of the big picture of what we're doing in Ghana to build upon what Kofi's talked about, in that we're going to scale this in a pretty, really, I think, very exciting way in Ghana. We're going to go to 5 of the 10 administrative regions in Ghana with this program, and that's going to affect over 200 communities, which means 10,000 pupils, and 60% of those will be girls. And these are in some of the hardest to reach areas. These are places where the government might not get there for a really, really long time. So these are girls and boys, but girls that are not going to get this education and these types of tools that can really help them learn for who knows when, but now they're going to have these in their hands. So we're really excited about this. And so it's this kind of innovative approach that we see as we continue to build this that's going to really, really make it exciting. Because of the success of the partnership, which was 2011 to 2013, the partners have agreed to do a second round, which is 2014 to 2017. And we are also going to be expecting that some of the pilots that we see today that are in place, we see some new ones that will be on the horizon that we can scale as well. So I'll just close to let you know that we do have a really great website out there. It's called allchildrenreading.org. And I would encourage you, if you're interested at all in potentially being either an innovator or just looking at the work that's been done out there potentially, to go take a look at that and see some of the great work that's been done. And we really have all the grantees are out there, the prize competitions are out there, and you can see everything that's on that website.
Well, unfortunately, we have come to the end of the time that we've been allotted. And I would like to encourage you to think of what you've just heard up here as an appetizer, an invitation to go deeper, because obviously having so much expertise and experience up on this stage with so many stories that I just wanted to bring out but don't have the time to do so has been frustrating for me because I know what's there. So please, I encourage you to check out the various websites, check out their biographies, check out their approaches, and please join me in thanking all of them for this spectacular hour. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome back to the stage Charity Wallace.
Thank you all. I'm going to quickly wrap up so y'all can, why don't you stay? Because I do want to thank you for this amazing panel. I mean, this is probably one of the largest panels we've ever done at the Bush Center, but it was really important because we saw how different partnerships, positive public-private partnerships, work together. So thank you, Scott, for the very challenging job to moderate such a large panel, but to bring out these really effective stories. The goals of the Global Women's Network Summit have been to celebrate best practice programs, which we showcased today, that are experiencing sustainable results, to spotlight innovations, ideas, and partnerships that are disrupting the status quo, and to inspire additional action towards supporting these types of programs, which ultimately improve women's lives. There are critical interventions in education and health, and important innovations and economic opportunity that are defining impact on women's futures and on the success and prosperity of nations. When we help a woman reach her full potential, the results are profound. And as we've heard numerous times today and over the last 2 days, by investing in women, we're investing in entire families and countries. And the ripple effect is proven. As I mentioned earlier in my remarks today, next week in New York, the UN will launch the Sustainable Development Goals. They are 17 goals that they're announcing, many of which are either solely focused on women or are issues that impact women and girls. Earlier this afternoon, we hosted 4 simultaneous salons focusing on economic opportunity, education, empowerment, and health. From each of the salon sessions, we're compiling recommendations for policymakers and influencers in order to advance action toward meeting the Sustainable Development Goals in a meaningful and substantive way. So let me share one recommendation from each of the salons, and we'll post the others on our website. Invest in Women, the Key to Economic Prosperity, which was moderated by Cherie Blair, discussed the barriers and innovative solutions to prepare and engage women in economic life in their countries. We know from studies that when women are included in the economy, countries are more stable and prosperous. So the recommendations that came out of that salon are to use proven successful models and replicate them. The other recommendation with regards to the Sustainable Development Goals was to take action and fast. Don't wait until the last years of the Sustainable Development Goals, but to start now and take that action. The Education for All, Expanding Opportunity for Girls and Equipping Women Leaders, was moderated by Wendy Kopp, the founder of Teach for America and Teach for All. And that salon spotlighted education solutions for women and girls. One of the recommendations that came out of that salon is to involve the local community, and that it's critical to the success of education, getting the local community and parents involved, and important partnerships and collaborations with the government and private sector to increase the access for education for girls. Freedom from injustice, empowering women and girls by combating exploitation and discrimination, was moderated by Nikki Toyoya Soweto, Vice President of the International Justice Mission. The salon discussed stories of survival and redemption and spotlighted groundbreaking programs that are tackling exploitation and discrimination. The recommendations out of that salon were to create economic alternatives and income security for women to move out of trafficking, and to focus on implementations of new laws that protect women, including land rights and women's rights. And finally, Healthy Women, Healthy Nations, Saving Lives Through Technology Advancements was moderated by Dr. Bill Steiger, who's the interim CEO of Pink Ribbon, Red Ribbon, which we've heard some about this afternoon. The salon highlighted partnerships, innovations in technology in health, education, access to healthcare, and delivery of health services. The recommendations coming out of that salon were to increase country ownership and local solutions, and to engage not only women, but also men, which we've heard a couple times today as well. So we encourage all of you to take these solutions and recommendations back to influencers in your spheres. As individuals, we have the opportunity to make a significant impact in our world. Over the past 2 days, we've learned about ideas that have turned into action. We've heard from next-generation innovators who show the power of one person, one idea, and focused passion. And through the examples of public-private partnerships, we've seen how collectively we can truly transform the world. We hope everyone is feeling inspired. I'm feeling very inspired by the stories that we've heard and motivated to take further action. As we all know, women are at the center of global improvements and life-changing progress. As I've said already, the most rewarding experience of my life has been to invest in women through the work of the Global Women's Initiatives. And it's because of President and Mrs. Bush's belief and leadership that we're investing in women and girls from around the world through our work here at the Bush Institute. As you heard President Bush say on the video, to whom much is given, much is required. We don't get to choose the country or generation of our birth, but we do get to choose the legacy that each of us will leave. So thank you for your commitment to women and girls all over the world. We look forward to partnering with you and fostering new partnerships, to building stronger networks, and to working together to ensure that future generations thrive, that they experience greater freedom, opportunity, success, and hope. So thank you for being here, and God bless you.